Fuck it, man. We just might as well.
Oh,
you got double pongs.
Hey,
double
pause.
pong it up.
Yo, change the P to a D, and we're in a different realm. Let's go.
Double dongs? What?
Whoa!
What? What are we talking about? Hey, yo, slow down.
Yo,
You got to slow down, my boy. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? We are backstage, as you can tell, getting things right, rocking and rolling, and you got some Doom: The Dark Ages playing. It is going to be probably the first 4 hours of the game that you'll see on screen, so no major spoilers. And again, I do think that this one has more of a story, but I don't think it's like
Doom, bro. It's Doom,
yeah,
bro.
Yeah, it's 100%. The only thing you need to know is he's mad at he's a killer of demons, bro. Like there's other stuff too, but it's really it's surface level.
Yeah.
He's being
I do love the story cuts. I know
I do like them.
They're
I like them.
They're interesting, so I do.
Yeah, don't get it twisted. I do like the story cuts, but it's one of those things to where it's very straightforward. You could tell he's being manipulated, trying to be controlled. He keeps breaking from like you could tell.
Yeah.
So anyway, what's going on, y'all? How are y'all feeling? Let us know in chat how y'all are feeling today. Also, ended up downloading Novus V6 for Skyrim. So that's the other thing that's been on my list or on my shenanigans, which that has been actually. So I put another 10 hours in Novus V5. And then there's supposed to be an update for V6 coming out, and they're actually coming to the end and finalizing the build for it. And when you're talking about what you guys kind of experienced out of Oblivion, it is exactly feeling, looking, and playing like that. So that's really dope to see, man. That's actually put me on a different diatribe. That's actually a quick side tangent that I think would be really cool to get into earlier on, just to get people's opinions. But I think one of the main things, just with everything that we've seen going on this year, or really over the last couple of years, and then seeing Microsoft let go more people as well. I don't know if that's going to be a main talking point for us today, but I believe it was like, what did they say? Like 7,000 people,
6,000. Yeah,
6,000 people ended up being let go from Microsoft, and people lose jobs, man. It's just a terrible feeling. And it's just crazy to me to see that many people. Again, it doesn't matter how many people want to minimize it or anything like that. It's a lot, man. And it does show you kind of the state of not only the tech industry, but gaming as well. But what I wanted to kind of get on about is, through me downloading Skyrim and everything, and we've seen Bethesda getting in these conversations with modders and trying to welcome in modders more so, and it's weird to me how they haven't leaned more into it, right? Especially with games that are 6+ years old. I would imagine, right? Or maybe you wait a decade, right? So just to see what everybody can do. Because my whole kind of concept is, it's crazy to think that modders can spend X amount of time with something that Bethesda made, their engine, create the whatever works of art, whatever their version of the game, these different builds, and then people latch on to certain aspects of it, right? Then these people create teams, like small teams, and they're essentially pretty much doing this for free or just off the backs of the community, right? Super dope thing. So with a thing like Novus as an example, and there's another one called Lore Rim that's more traditional, right? If you want more of that true Skyrim kind of perspective, that true Skyrim feel playthrough without too much being done, Lore Rim is supposed to be that for you, right? It's just a complete overhaul. Again, what you got with Oblivion is exactly what Lore Rim is trying to accomplish, whereas Novus is leaning more into the fantasy aspect of it, right? Changing combat, stuff like that, allowing you to mantle things and whatnot, just making it feel more modern. But my point with that is, it would be super dope to see big publishers or teams like Bethesda, Microsoft, Sony, Nintendo, whatever, when they release games that are like this. Saber's doing some of the same. The engine for Space Marine 2 are allowing the community to use. So now you're going to end up getting mods. We've already seen somebody put a 12-person raid kind of event together for Space Marine 2, and that's just being done through mods, and literally 12 people over the internet could get together and play and do these events, and they're expanding it out, and they're going to make these big, gigantic battles. So even the concept of that is going to be super fire. But what if these publishers and whatnot actually came down and was like, hey, we see the effort that you put in. I'm not saying that you have to pay them like the most amount of money in the world, because at the end of the day, that's going to be something that's going to be on to each their own basis. But I could imagine somebody who was making just off the cuff, doing this in their spare time because they have a passion for it. Bethesda coming to the door and saying, hey, we've seen the effort and work that you put in. How big was the team that you had to put together? Hey, here's $5 million. Split it up between you guys. We love and appreciate the work that you guys done. Matter of fact, we may even want to tie you on the back end so that if we end up selling this, or this ends up being an upgrade that we want to kind of apply to this game, to our next special anniversary complete edition or whatever the case, and give people an option to experience the game this way because of how we create our games, we want to bring you into the fold, right? And this kind of has this whole concept, and we've kind of touched on this off and on over the years since we've been doing this, but it's especially kind of came to the forefront with what Bungie has done recently as well, with the whole stealing art and creation and whatnot, and how deep that can even go. Because again, I do agree with a lot of people that lack of paying attention, the fact that this was just, and again, they, especially off of the live stream they did on Twitch yesterday, they came across very nonchalant. And again, I have to give them a little bit of slack, because as a business, as a company, they can only say and do but so much. People are going to be mad at them regardless. For me though, what bothers me is that it leans more so into something that I've been saying about Bungie for quite some time, and it's only proving to be even worse, because this isn't just a blatant oversight. This is, you blatantly stole somebody's art and thought you were going to get away with it. And then the people who try to scrub it over or try to make it look more organic to your game didn't even do a good job with it, right? It's like you're stealing things, not even putting effort in. So if you're going to do those types of things, how hard would it have been during that process? And again, maybe the person was looked over. It's hard for me to believe, because you have a creative art director for a reason. There's supposed to be people who are consistently looking at these things. And when you are spending hundreds of millions of dollars creating games in this industry, to a point that me and Palm made last weekend, when we have too many developers that are obviously they're over bloated, they don't have a process, the shit ain't together. There is just no way that I can understand that $1 billion business, $1 million business, whatever the case, somebody who's been making games for 30 years can have these types of oversights. It's pretty much inexcusable, and I do think it's going to damn the game. They haven't made a delay announcement yet, but they need to. See, during that live stream, going back to what I was mentioning about the whole getting together with the creatives, you've already made a wrong. Instead of saying, oh, we're going to need to pull these designs out of the game, how about you know what would have been better if you would have came on screen and said, hey, we're not going to take anything out of the game. We reached an agreement with the artists that created before, and we're going to bring them on board, and they're going to be a main proponent of our art team, because we really love and appreciate it. And obviously we have put something around this now, and it would take too much effort and work. We already are in this place. It makes more sense for us to spend the time and money bringing this person on board. Now, if they say no, then of course that puts you in a different predicament. But again, that's on you, not on the consumer. So this entire time you've been making this game, y'all look at, the developers talk about how often they look at their games. And as a creative art director, that's your job. So why wouldn't you reach out to the creator sooner? And again, these people were following these people for X amount of time, so it's not like they weren't aware of it. You don't see this person's art or don't favor somebody's art. And I saw people coming to the rescue for Bungie saying, oh, well, you know, this guy who was already creating this type of style of art before, and he even fought. That doesn't matter. The damage has been done. It is all across what you have currently. And the game is supposed to come out in September. What are we talking about? This is what we mean by this shit is asinine, what these dang game companies go through and what is allowed. This is the definition of being yes men. People just walking around like, yeah, Billy, that's looking good. You're looking at a fucking computer screen all day. You can't see the dude's name is still in the content. You can't tell that there were probably people talking about this beforehand because the person made it seem like, hey, I noticed this before and I thought it was tripping. It's just, I do think that the publishers, developers, and more people, especially at the top level, do need to start looking down and pulling people up. Because obviously people from our community, because that person who created that art had less than 2,000 followers apparently at one point. Maybe I'm off base on that, but I know for sure now they have over 20,000 after people recognize whose art that it was. You can change somebody's life overnight off of their creativity. People are worried about AI, but these big companies are still stealing from regular artists. And AI isn't going to be the answer to everything. There still has to be humans behind it. So if you start reaching down some more, I don't think the problem of AI is going to be that big of an issue because other people are obviously more creative than the big dudes are. Seems like David is always going to trump Goliath in this industry, at least, as we're seeing. The industry has done nothing but made games more accessible and easier to create for more people. And guess what? We're proving to get better products from people who are not from the big dogs. Now we got big dogs like a Microsoft supporting some of these devs, right? Through Game Pass, through other means, demonstrating that they can see the future. But I wanted to bring that to the table and ask, like, Pong, chat, y'all chop it up too. Do you guys kind of agree with my perspective on that? Or how do you see it? Bringing people up, bringing the modders up, getting them compensated, giving people options. Again, something that we always talk about before. You want to give me value in my games? You want to show me ownership or whatever? If you see a game that can last 10 years, you see these people still creating content for it, why not bring those people up and really bring everything to light that therefore the whole entire market can eat and the small dudes? So Pong, I mean, what do you think about that? My insight. I know you kind of pick on me a little bit about me playing Skyrim the way that I am and everything. And again, I've expressed to you, and I've expressed to Chad, I've played classic Skyrim. It's not for me. You guys know the type of gamer that I am at this point. And I do, and I know that I'm asking a lot. So it's not like, oh, I'm just trying to do way too much. It's like, I know what my expectation is, right? It's just when there's an option for me to enjoy something in a way that I can enjoy it and really delve deeper in that experience, because obviously there's something there for me. And I feel like it's expanding the game in a way that feels modern. I get the classic take. I couldn't play the classic. I liked what I got out of Oblivion remaster. It felt good. But I can't lie and tell you that, damn, I really enjoyed what I was getting out of Skyrim. So, but how do you feel about this whole modern situation, Paul? Chat, get involved as well. But what do you think? Do you still think I'm a little bit over the deep end? Should these people get support? Figure a way in?
I mean, it's up to whatever company is going to do this, right? So, I mean, Bethesda led the way a long time ago with how they dealt with modders. There's some companies some devs who hate modders and feel that they aren't doing a service for their games, right? Now we've got places like Nexus Mods censoring and deciding to be gatekeepers to certain mods. So there's a lot of complexity when it comes to modding, and just what you were talking about as far as people putting in work to game, basically putting in free work on games to either fix things that the developers aren't fixing, or to, make changes to the game that people would like to see. But I think it is on a company by company basis and a team by team basis about whether or not I don't think everybody has to support modding if they don't want to, for sure. I don't think that everybody has to agree that they want modders to touch their games, because I do believe in artists' original vision. That's why I laugh at you playing this version of Skyrim, and why we've had that conversation before. Again, I totally get it. I don't have a problem with it. I don't really care if it's available and you want to go play it. I really don't care. I laughed at your Master Chief in Final Fantasy. I think that's just crazy to be like, I can't do that. Like that's where modding to me isn't interesting to me, because it's not just my own personal taste. I like to see the artist's original intent and original creation. But
I think the original intent though. So
yeah, kind of. But again, that's right. And again, that's why I don't have a problem with you playing however you want. Again, the mods are available. Bethesda embraces the modding community. They just brought the whole Sky Oblivion team to Bethesda. Did you hear that? They invited them all over. Yeah, Sky Oblivion is still launched this year, as you guys know. Yeah, they sent them the codes, but they just brought them in this week to go tour and to take a look at Bethesda and to introduce themselves to the entire Bethesda team. Like Todd took them personally in. So again, I love that shit. Like that is super cool. And if you want to play your games modded to the hilt, absolutely, right?
It's always going to be an option. It would never be. It would never be a forced thing. That's what I'm saying. Like, it just brings additional levity to the game, because there's going to be people like myself, and as an example, where there's not a. People aren't just doing all this additional work for free for no reason. They're obviously passionate as well. So we can offer a back channel or some way to help continue to level up the small creators throughout the industry. Right. I think that's more so the angle that I'm taking it with. I get respecting the art, but there is something to be said as well to, well, obviously your art touched these people in a way where they want to expand on some things. And if you give them an option, why?
We've already had versions of this though, Steel. So we've had fan fiction for a long time in writing. And there are some authors who embrace fan fiction, and there are some who absolutely despise it, because people do take the original creation and turn it into something completely not what the original author would have ever intended.
But wouldn't that make that point null and void if it's an option? Where it's not something that's forced on you?
No, because listen, again, I don't have a problem with it. Like, for personally, if I created something and some people wanted to riff off of what I created,
look at the logic of
it. I probably would be honored, right? That my IP had touched people that way, but had touched people in that manner to the point where they want to go, create something new based upon my IP, right? I'd probably be on, right? Just looking at myself. Yeah. However, let's say I created something and somebody turned it into some fanfic porn. I probably wouldn't be too proud of that, and I probably would have a problem with my characters being represented that way, if that wasn't my original intent with what I had for my characters, right? You see what I'm saying? So I understand that point of view from the creators as well. Now, would I sit out here and say that it should be stopped? No, of course not. People should have the freedom to take stuff and do kind of what they want, as long as they are not infringing upon copyrights, as long as they are in that fiction world, and they are within the law. That is fine to me. I don't have a problem with it, but I could see why creators would step in and say, come out publicly and say, I don't want this for my characters, right? I don't think that J.K. Rowling is very proud of Harry Potter porn, right? I don't think that, George Lucas is very proud of Star Wars porn. And again, I use that as the quickest and easiest example, because a lot of fanfic is based on that. No, why is it weird?
Because the logic in that is weird. At the end of the day, people are going to do with whatever that they see.
No. But we're talking about
as long as it's respectful. I get what you're saying.
But we're talking about the creators themselves and how they feel about it. Again, I'm not saying it should be outlawed, right? I'm not saying that people shouldn't have the freedom as long as they don't cross into territory where they break the law, the copyright laws. They should have the freedom to go ahead and do that. But the creators absolutely have every right to come out and say, I don't agree with this. I hate this. I don't want it. I don't support it. Right. And I'm not going to just say, oh, that's great. Yeah. Oh, I'm so glad you're using my characters in whatever manner. Like, again, I just use the porn because it's the easiest, most dramatic kind of fashion that you can come up with. But whatever it is, it doesn't matter. Right. If somebody takes your original creation and turns it into something even out of fandom, turns it into something that you as the creator never would ever want your IP to be a part of, well, then I think you have the right to publicly say, no, I don't agree with this. However, Steele, like you said, if it is in the realm of like a Bethesda who has supported mods for a long time, they don't support every single mod. Bethesda doesn't support the nude mods. They don't stop them because again, that's within people's rights, but they don't support them. It's not Todd's vision for any of his games. But the point being is the people that they do support, and your point, Steele, that bringing up the smaller people, of course, that's great. If you choose as a dev team to do that, that's great. I think more so, Steele, because you brought up the whole Bungie situation with the art. The bigger problem here is this shows again how broken the AAA development process is. This is a problem that we had less and less of back in the day. Of course, you can say, well, more games are being made, more people are putting stuff out online. Of course, we've got the internet now, all that kind of stuff kind of exploded, the accessibility of these different things, including artwork, right? Which is the case here. But more so, Steele, let's just take Bungie at their word. Okay, and again, I don't personally take them at their word.
Yeah, because it's weird. If you're familiar with the insides of business and corporations,
I don't.
It's okay.
However, with today's dev process, Steele, with these AAA companies, when you're talking about 500 people plus in these devs, this is the problem you run into. We talked about it multiple times over the past couple weeks. You now have people specialized. This goes into the cost. This goes into the time. This goes into everything that we talk about that is broken in AAA development right now. Because you had one person on this big team, Steele, and I don't know how big, this actually was. Marathon was at that time that they're claiming that this person worked there. At one time, Marathon was going to be a much bigger project. Obviously, we know what happened. Sony basically absorbed a lot of Bungie and then cut down Marathon. It was publicly said that they're making a smaller game than what was originally planned. But the point of fact is you had somebody that was hired probably, if you just take a look at where Bungie's located in the average salary for somebody who makes graphic assets for video games, you're probably talking about somebody who was getting paid $70,000 to $100,000 a year to make decals.
Yeah.
Minute decals on boxes and different environments around Marathon. Bro, what the fuck? This is what I was talking about, Steele. Back in the day, you had one person that was responsible for all of that shit. Now you got people who are solely responsible for putting trees in. This is why if you're going to take Bungie at their word that this was one lone artist, nobody knew, you could, even if you take out, again, I don't believe it, but even if you take yourself back for a minute, you could see how that would happen because nobody knows what that one person is doing, Steele. Because again, they have hired so many specialized people to do specialized little things, right? That somebody would overlook this. Whereas back in the day, you were in a group of 20 to 40 people. You were all presenting. Everybody got to see your assets. Everybody knew you were like working on the assets. Like it was you and like 5 other people working on the entire environmental assets back in the day. Right? So it was one of you 5. And like you all showed your shit. Everybody was on top of it because you all were getting together on a daily basis, talking about progress, putting the puzzle together as a game is when they're getting all the pieces together. Like now it's just this one person sitting there doing these little decals on boxes in different environments around and then they ship it and then they send it and the main art director or whoever overlooks that just goes, yeah, looks great, slap it in there, and they slap it everywhere. Not knowing that he'd take it. So again, I could see how that would happen nowadays. Now, I don't believe it because if you go look at this artist's entire kind of work, their portfolio of work.
Their portfolio is dope as fuck too.
Of course it is. And again, this artist does not own this style. Like this style has been done before. However, if you go look at the portfolio,
this is their style.
I would say there was a lot of influence in Marathon from probably the top on down. They probably were looking for ideas of where to take Marathon's artistic direction. And they probably stumbled upon this person's portfolio, one of probably a few, but they probably stumbled upon this person's portfolio and said, that's the look we're going to go for. And there's a lot of influence, let's say, to what that is. Again, this artist does not own that style. That style is something that's been done previously, it is you can't own an art style. However, then you see that actual assets were lifted from this artist and put into the game. And then you have to go with Bungie's history that this is not the first time this has happened. And you look at how the AAA industry right now is in seemingly a lot of dysfunction. And you go, probably was intentional, probably was known by a lot of people. And this is definitely what Bungie did not need at this point for their game. And how much easier would it have been, Steel, to whenever they looked at that portfolio, whenever they said, hey, we really like this style, how much easier would it have been to reach out to that artist at that time and offer them money for their assets or offer them a contract? If they didn't want the contract, say, okay, we're going to buy some of your assets because we really like this stuff. How much would you charge? This is a struggling artist who would have been probably, as most struggling artists are, grateful and would have cut you an amazing deal to use their assets to just give them credit in the credits. Right? Yeah. Chances are, the way that this person is speaking, this is not somebody that's looking out to go get rich. This is somebody who claims that this has been done to them in the past. This is not the first time we've heard this story over the past 10 years plus in this industry where artists have come out and said, hey, where did you guys get that? That looks like mine. And specifically with Bungie. So I think, Steel, that yes, of course, in this case, Bungie did it the complete wrong way. Again, stealing somebody's artwork to put into your AAA budgeted game without paying them, bro, that's the ultimate. Oh, we're just the big guys on the block, and we're just going to beat you up and take your lunch money. We're the bullies that are going to take your lunch money, and I don't give a shit. Like, that's the ultimate. This is exactly why so many people have such strong feelings toward the AAA space right now, towards the big companies, the big publishers, the big devs. Why there's so much negativity surrounding this industry right now is because of things like this, Steel. It's bullshit, man. Again, it would have been so easy, and I watched part of their stream yesterday because they did go through with their stream yesterday, and this obviously is a problem. Because you could tell the energy. They had the art director on, who I was praising for his art, but no, because they know this is a big deal. Because they know nowadays with the social media, this now spreads. Again, how you could be this dumb, I don't know, and that's what always bothers my mind. Like, you're not gonna, like, the artist isn't gonna notice that you put their shit in there. Like, when they saw the style, and they're like, boy, man, Bungie's doing an art style much like I like. Holy shit, this is really cool. And they start looking at your shit, and all of a sudden, like, oh, hey, I recognize that. I recognize those numbers. I recognize that arrow. Oh, shit, that's my shit. Like, how are you not going to think that's going to happen nowadays with social media? But you could see and hear in their voices a game that was already kind of on life support because of the initial reaction, because of Arc Raiders and what Arc Raiders did. To take this type of hit from a public standpoint, from a community standpoint, where word spreads fast nowadays, and Bungie specifically, your company has been known to do this in the past, on top of you pissed off your entire fan base at one point or another, whether it's sunsetting, sunsetting actual content or
getting rid of content.
Yeah, getting rid of content, dropping PvP, not supporting PvP anymore. Like, you've done so many things already. You got this negative connotation about you. We know what just happened. We heard what just happened with Sony. And now you have this happen to your one game that was supposed to be potentially the game that kind of keeps Bungie, that portion of Bungie that's still kind of on its own, whereas Sony's absorbed so much of the rest of it. But that you're going to keep that going and keep the Bungie name going. And now you have this happen, 4 months before launch. This is not good, bro. This is not good at all. Again, I was hoping, I love the aesthetic. Like, I was hoping this game succeeded just for the marketing. I love the aesthetic, and I wanted to try this game. But after playing Arc Raiders, Steel, and now this, I don't have an interest in Marathon anymore. Even as an outside casual, again, I wasn't going to be the big supporter, but I'm just saying I don't even have really that much interest anymore in
Not
it.
when you've seen something that you can compare it to, and it's like, if I was going to play this style of game, I would rather play this.
And then in their talk, somebody asked them about reaching out to the artist. Yeah. And they said that that's one of the things they're doing. But I'm like, that's too little too late. Why didn't you guys do this in the beginning? It should have
been already behind the scenes. You've already delayed this stream by a week. This isn't something that just came out of nowhere. Like,
no, and I'm sorry. And again, this is mismanagement. This is mismanagement. You can say all you want. We don't know how this happened. You can say all you want. Oh, we're going to go through everything and check our processes again. This isn't the first time you guys have had this problem. That means you never fix the original process. That means even with a smaller team working on Marathon, even with a smaller situation, you still could not take the time to go double check the work of your employees and to make sure they weren't doing something stupid if we are to believe what you are going to say. Again, this is why I don't believe you, because I do believe it was one of those situations where they go risk, reward, and they probably had a lot of confidence at the time that Marathon was going to really be something. So risk, reward, little time artists, not really. Can we slip it in there? Is it going to be a big deal? Just turn a blind eye and put it in there. And I think that that's what happened overall. And I think it's dumb as fuck because, again, we're talking about decals. We're talking about numbers that all you had to do was alter slightly. Arrows that all you had to do was alter slightly. And it wouldn't have been the same asset.
Still would have been okay, but...
No, it still wouldn't, but it's okay to take inspiration, right? It is okay, even if you're big. But again... But again, they couldn't even do that steal at the end of the day to even try to hide it. So therefore, no, they deserve everything they're going to get now. They deserve all the heat. This is not a mistake you make when you're a big publisher, when you're a big developer. This is not a mistake when you're experienced developers that you make, right? You just don't. On top of it, when you're in the situation that Bungie currently is in, which isn't the most stable at all anymore underneath Sony. So yeah, this is a massive mistake. So again, you do have two, I think, complete opposite ways, Steel, in using your fan base, your community. And again, this artist was even, because Marathon hadn't even been existed yet when they created this, but I'm just kind of saying this is two opposite ways of handling something where the community can make your stuff better. Whereas Bethesda, and again, Bethesda doesn't do everything right with their modding community. They've just done a lot of things right that has garnered them a lot of goodwill with the modding community. But they've pissed off the modding community as well. But the facts are the facts. They do a lot more, have brought a lot more small people up, to your point, Steel, through the ranks, brought them into Bethesda, hired them, promoted them. Again, what they're doing with the Sky Oblivion team after just launching the Oblivion, like that shows where they're at. They could have shut that game down. If that was Nintendo, the Sky Oblivion would have been shut down before it ever even got started.
Oh, yeah.
Right? They would have sued them into Oblivion. Whereas Bethesda has not only said, no, we're cool with them coming out at the same time as our remake. That's totally cool. Something different. Love our community's doing this. Now they're inviting them in. To Bungie stealing assets from a little-known artist without trying to give any credit, any monetary compensation, nothing, and trying to slip it through the cracks and push it out in their new game. Like that is two completely opposite ways to handle things. And obviously I think we all know which is the right way to do things. And I think that, Bungie again deserves this heat. And if this winds up being the nail in the coffin for Marathon overall, if this winds up being the last kind of thing, and it comes out and completely flops in September, if they're going to still launch in September, then it is what it is. And I think that at this point, Bungie is obviously not the Bungie of old in any way, shape, or form. And mismanagement from the top on down through decades has caused this, and they deserve to be absorbed into Sony and be done. And that's sad to say, but it is what it is. I don't have a care. I don't have any sympathy for companies that are run this way, Steel, in this day and age, in this industry, when the microscope's on you. If you're going to fuck up, you take your lumps and you fuck up. So that's it. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, I brought up the artists on screen for you guys. Apparently, they're also more so like a team as well, from what I was hearing from people. But either way, if you want to give them a follow, I did put their link up their page up on screen for you guys, so you guys can get familiar with them. I'm gonna go ahead and drop them a follow as well, just because again I do love this aesthetic. It reminds me of those Wipeout times, right? And a whole different level, like taking it to the upper echelon. This is something that speaks to me and something that me and Paul both spoke to, as far as why we were interested in Marathon. And again, Marathon spoke to me as a PvP focused gamer mostly anyway. So it's just very disappointing to see how things gone. Again, I've been very vocal with how I feel about Bungie, with the different things that have happened over the years. I've been in discussion with people who have excused a lot of what they've done over the years. And again, this isn't the first, second, I think this is like the third time having a scenario like this and not handling it the way that you should, right? Again, you should have had an immediate answer for as soon as you did your live stream. And again, I know they kind of spoke to it a little bit, but you didn't fix the problem. Well, so
let me add this.
You need to have good favor.
Let me add this real quick too, Steele, before I forget. I was watching that stream yesterday with him. Joseph Cross is the art director, by the way. I want to make sure that I give him his name. Yeah, shout out to Joseph. However, I gotta say this too. When asked about, he was directly asked yesterday on stream. If you guys didn't know, they had a stream kind of talking about the game. Well, it was on Twitch. I was watching on Twitch.
They were supposed to be showing more of the game, and
you probably could know. You probably know, even if you didn't watch it, what the chat was like.
Oh, it was toxic.
Oh, they were out for blood. Like they were out for blood. Like 90% of the chat was legit.
Chat was like, plagiarism will make me God.
Make me a god. Yes, over and over. Spam City, bro. It was crazy. Somebody did ask Joseph Cross about what his inspiration for the art direction was. Listen, you have something like this happen. You are the art director. And you know that somebody's probably going to kind of dig around, whether it's here or whether it's in an interview with a journalist or whatever. Somebody's going to dig around and ask you where you got your inspiration from. And 70%, 75% of your answers is ahs and ums. And you're throwing out, it's not a good look, bro. And you're throwing out random stuff. Like trying to make it sound good, but I mean, the best you could come up with was, well, really liked Wipeout back in the day, and we kind of got these.
I could have make me the art director then, please. Make me the art director.
I was like,
come on, please.
I was like, listen, even if
I love Wipeout too, bro.
Even if Joseph Cross didn't have anything to do with this, even if Joseph Cross, again, I'm not saying that he 100% just lifted, right, bro. But and then not having an answer ready for that type of question because you know it's going to be asked. Okay, so if you guys didn't take it from this artist, where was all your inspiration coming from? Because a lot of that, again, it's not just the decals. If you go look at the portfolio, a lot of it looks very influential or looks similar to stuff in Marathon. You got to have an answer of where you should have an answer of where your inspiration came from. Like straight up, you should be able to rattle off a bunch of different, as an art director. You're the art director. You went to school, assuming you went to school for art, right? In computer science. I'm assuming that's why you got an art director job, is because you know art. And again, your answer is, well, Wipeout was pretty, Wipeout was pretty, no,
bro, I've been in sales all my life. That shit is not good, bro. I'm not expecting you to be the greatest salesman of all time. I know when somebody's just fucking, just saying some shit.
Yeah.
And again, you can say, "Oh, he was nervous." Oh, this, that, bro. Like this is what we're seeing from the top level of the industry.
You're getting paid $150K plus as an art director, guaranteed.
Easily.
You got to take.
And you got a history with Bungie. You're just not like you're new there.
Yeah, no. It's just interesting, man. Just interesting.
Razor Ultron says Joseph Cross and a bunch of people on the team have been following this artist online for years. It's just things that don't add up, bro. Again, to Pong's point, it would have been so much easier ahead of time saying, hey, there just seems to be, even if you did draw inspiration from, if that's the excuse that you want to go with, at that point, you would have to say, look, there's obviously two, like, where's your marketing team at in this? Like, there's supposed to be people in place that look at these things, that take these things in consideration. There's supposed to be market research teams that are supposed to be able to understand, hey, how can our games be looked? Bungie, please reach out to me. I can send you a resume tomorrow. I will give you my portfolio of work that I have accomplished that is my personal work. I'm not saying I'm the greatest, but good God, I can at least get you a team of 5 people that will scrub the internet to make sure that you are not going to get into these types of situations. Bring the person on board. That would have been the thing that you led with. Hey, we reached out to him. We got it. We came across a deal. We're bringing him on board, and we're gonna have him turn into some phenomenal thing. Take the W. It's just weird to me, but neither here or there. I guess that's why we don't work in the industry. Well, if you're not familiar with where you are, as you can tell, backstage was rocking and rolling. I got a little bit of a different camera setup too. I moved it on top of my boom arm. Maybe it's not a good idea. I'll probably have to adjust it every time. But who knows? Who cares? Because it looks good right now. But you're right here with Living Split Screen, a non-console centric platform talking about everything going on within the gaming industry. We like to take the RTS approach, where we pull ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices of that map, pull our resources together so we can not only build up our foundation right here on Living Split Screen and for our audience, but also for the potential 2 to 3 billion gamers that are out there. Because no matter where you're playing at, we consider you a gamer. Here on Living Split Screen, at least. We're also the home of the ECP chat. Drop the emails down below that for that RTS view and ECP. But ECP is that educated consumer perspective, because me and Pong do not work in the gaming industry. We're 2 dudes, plenty of professional knowledge, plenty of gaming knowledge, especially, who like to come to the table, have a conversation week to week, maybe play a little armchair CEO, and just chop it up with y'all about the games that we're jumping into and playing, man. I sound super professional this week. I don't know why. I'm in my bag today, I feel like, just off of some coffee here, you know? I had a, what was that? Black Rifle, man. Go support Black Rifle. That's a coffee that's going directly to veterans. Supports a good cause. So shout out to Black Rifle Co. But I've been on some Death Wish here recently. It's been working out. Working out pretty good. I'm a coffee lover. What can I say? Anyway, I'm your guy, Steel Rain. That's T is a 7 everywhere. X, otherwise known as Twitter, is the easiest place to find me and all my information. And I love to drop gameplay clips, and that's probably been the number one thing that I've enjoyed doing over the last 4 or 5 years, is literally having a place where I can dump all my content. So much so to the point I'm considering maybe even like starting a website just for all of my content, because I need to offload some of this shit somewhere. It just can't always forever be on my computer. It just takes up too much space, man. Storage is expensive. Fuck that. So I don't know. Well, maybe we'll do something fun like that. I just like that. Give people different perspectives of types of games that you're playing and stuff like that. I was even considering maybe doing like a little bit of a walkthrough of how to set up Novus for Skyrim. First time ever doing something like that. We give people like an all natural kind of thing going into it. But anyway, some things behind the scenes, but I'll get in enough of that because I've been talking for a minute. Gotta introduce the uncanny gentleman himself, the X-Men that is not Cyclops, but he is always in the back with Jean Grey, the Phoenix herself, who's supposed to be coming to Marvel Rivals. I thought I saw that somewhere soon. But anyway.
Supposed to be.
Yeah. My guy, my confidant, the one, the only, Pong. So, what's going on, brother, man? How are you feeling, and what have you been into? And shout out to you, Delroy. Appreciate you.
Good morning. We got right into it. I even forgot to start my Word doc to keep timestamps with, because we were just getting into it.
All good.
I know.
This is the intro.
Go back right? Up. Anyway, I know this is the intros now, but we got to go catch up on that. I know. Great to be back on another Saturday afternoon. Hey, quick side note off video games real quick for movie buffs out there, physical movie buffs. I told you all that I don't watch movies like I used to. But I did tell you all that I'm really concerned when we have our conversations about censoring and things becoming not available when it comes to the older movies and stuff. And basically everything, books too as well. And I told you all that I was thinking about, like, I picked up Crocodile Dundee because the new version is censored. And I had picked up the Blu-ray versions that weren't censored of Crocodile Dundee. And so and I got a lot going on. So budget's not great, but I have started picking up physical movies, and I'm focused on everything 90s and back right now. And a lot of the B stuff or a lot of smaller stuff, classics, but stuff that isn't like everywhere or known, or stuff that I think could potentially be censored down the road. Anyways, since I'm back into that, I've been paying attention more to movie news again. Excalibur fans, and I know there's a bunch of you. Okay. Oh boy, I know there's a bunch of you old school heads out here who are Excalibur fans. Listen, y'all, it's coming to 4K. They're finally doing it. Wow. So everybody's been waiting on this. I've got the DVD, I got the Blu-ray, but everybody's been waiting on the 4K version. And there's been no announcement. It just got announced today, this morning. It looks like people started talking about it. That'll be coming out by end of year. We're supposed to get the 4K version of Excalibur. So that is freaking awesome, dude. I will be there. Okay. I will get that day one. So, anyways, one of my favorite movies all time. Anyways, Saturday morning, living SplitScreen right here. Obviously, you can tell Steele and I are both fired up. Steele's got his coffee in him. I got my gym time in this morning. So I'm feeling good. I got my pre-workouts in and drinking my protein. So we're all good this morning. We're feeling good. And we got topics to talk about this week. And listen, Decado. The one and only Decado. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. Attention aboard the Splitters hype train. Mach 2.0. We started rolling this morning. Decado just came through with the 10 bomb. That's right. We don't discriminate around here. The $10 super chat. Got on the court with the easy 10 dunk. Got us up to Mach 2.5 with this 10 bomb. And says, so where is the same heat in the community for Sony's MAUs like Xbox MAUs got? Did the goalpost shift? It always shifts, Brody. And again, we're going to talk about that. We will talk about this because, again, to me, Sony could talk all they want. They've been saying this now for a couple, 2-3 years. And outside of their failed, well, we'll get into it, but outside of their failed games as a service initiative, they haven't shown me that they have lowered their egos down enough to admit that they need to go elsewhere. Until I start seeing games day one on PC, I'm not going to believe that this means what everybody thinks it means or what Xbox meant when they said it. I still believe that Sony believes in their console business more so than us out here who claim that that's obviously capped and all this kind of stuff. I think they still have the ego. Anyways, we will get into it. But yeah, the goalposts always shift to Kato again because it doesn't matter anymore. And now especially, it doesn't matter. They can say, do, feel however they want, and what are we gonna say? Like there's no more console war. So whatever. But yeah, you're right. The talking points have been fun this week in the dark side of the internet. Anyways, my week as far as gaming goes this week, ladies and gentlemen, boring because I'm playing Oblivion, right? Because I'm playing Warriors Abyss, right? Yeah, and I just keep rocking out.
I don't boring. You tried a new game.
It's boring. I am still rocking. Well, we're gonna get to that. Expedition 33. I have dropped it down to story mode, and I am just going to play through Expedition 33.
It's worth it.
As what it is. And again, you still do have to do some of the stuff, but obviously it's much, much easier on story mode. I mean, again, the damage numbers that the enemies do to you are much lower. So, I mean, again, it's a night and day difference. But that's how I'm going to play the rest of the game. And I am going to play the game because the game is freaking amazing. It's game of the year. Again, if it wasn't me personally, it's Oblivion. But everybody's saying that it's game of the year. Nothing's going to beat it. Totally get it. And I'm not going to sit here and say you're crazy. I think that's going to probably be the case. It just is such a sweet game. So, excuse me. But the game I did try, the game I want to shout out, and we're going to get to Yobi's here too. Ooh, I see his yellow. The one and only Yobi Legendary. We're going to get you in a second here. But the game I did try and I want to shout out, we got a demo this week. And again, there's so much. Well, and I shouldn't, you know what? What am I talking about, Steel? I've also played Doom. So let's start with Doom. We'll start with Doom. Doom, I am to chapter 3. Okay, so or just there about. I'm like right at the end of 2, I think. I can't remember. I'm 2 or 3. Okay, so I haven't played a ton, but I did make a post about it already. Right. I waited because I didn't get the early access. I'm not playing for the premium edition this time around, so I just waited for normal access. This is the Doom. This is my kind of Doom. Okay, I'm going to say this straight up. I know Steele's going to have a lot more to talk about because he is a lot further than me. He's played a lot. Well. But Doom, this. I understand why some of the hardcore Doom fans are upset. I get it. You could select difficulties. You can select your speed. They give you a lot of options. I do understand why some of them say it is easier than a lot of the previous Dooms. I can't disagree with them, even though I'm just playing on normal. Even in normal, it feels like an easier Doom than it has been. However, gameplay-wise, mechanic-wise, I fucking love this Doom. This is exactly why I got hyped for it when I saw it. What they have given me so far is exactly what I thought it was going to be when I saw it for the first time, and they got away from the platforming, and their whole motto was stand your ground. Right? Yep. I love this. Okay, I played it, let's see, I was playing it at 120. I tried it at 150. Then Steel hit me up too and said, no, 130 is the sweet spot. Try it at 130. I think 130 probably is the sweet spot. I'm trying to decide if I liked 120 a little bit better, if I liked 130. But I think 130 is probably the sweet spot. So I am speeding it up. But my God, this Doom plays freaking fantastic. And I love the atmosphere. I love all the set pieces so far. And again, I haven't gotten to any of the big stuff yet. I know that. Just still getting introduced to a lot of the demons and that kind of stuff. But the story is dope. I love the weapons so far. Again, don't have access to all the weapons. The shield is freaking amazing. Yep. How it teleports you to do the bash, and the chainsaw aspect is also freaking amazing for cutting down just the little minions, the little ads, not the big boys, but then to be able to stun the big boys with the chainsaw. Bro, this is my type of Doom, right? This is my type of Doom. I love how this game plays. This reminds me more of the old school Doom. Yes, not as challenging. However, it reminds me of it because it's all ground-based gameplay for the most part, and that's what I thought was missing out of Eternal. Loved Eternal, thought it was a gorgeous game, had some fun with it, but at the end of the day, the platforming to me, the platforming wasn't Doom. And again, I know a lot of people enjoyed the platforming, just not my thing. But this right here, love it. Love all the different options they give you. Love the upgrades so far that they're giving you. Love all the secrets that they still have. It's really dope. So Doom is definitely something I've been jumping into this week as well. And I do like it. And I'm going to continue. Again, I'm going to play this game. I'm going to play through it. I think this is freaking fantastic. So hats off to id. They did their thing. They deserve the scores that they got. You're never going to make your entire fan base with an IP that's been around as long as Doom happy when you make changes. I get it. I've talked about it in the past. Sometimes when you do go for the masses, you miss the mark and you leave your original fans behind. I've talked about that many times. For me personally, right here with Doom, I don't think they went that far away, and I think that if you adjust your settings and you play with the different settings that they do give you, the options they do give you, I think you can get close to the original Doom experience. Now, I'm not going to say it's one for one. I'm not going to say that the movement isn't different with the stand your ground. I saw, oh no, it's Alex going hardcore on this. There's already a mod that takes away the slowdown because he hates the slowdown. Shout out to that. Again, I don't mind it, but again, I'm not some crazy Doom fan, right? I'm not I've played them, but I'm not some fanatical when it comes to that. So that doesn't bother me, but for the people it does, absolutely. And again, we were just talking about mods. Some modders are already fixing Doom to play even more like the old school Dooms. And so if that's the case, you're going to have the opportunity if you're on PC to go ahead and download those mods and change the game. But I do understand why people are upset, but I just don't think that they went. I don't think it in any way, shape, or form went far enough away from the original formula to alienate their original fan base that much. There are going to be some people who are not happy. I get it. But I just think that overall they tried to establish that balance, and I think they did a pretty good job with this game here. I really do. Making it accessible, but at the same time, keeping the original feel, like I said, especially giving you the options they give you to make the game play how you want it to play. So, have a great time with Doom. Love it. Again, no risk. You got Game Pass Ultimate, download it, try it. It's no risk. That's what Steel did, and he's going to talk about his experience because he wasn't planning on playing it, but he wound up doing it. So, I can't wait to hear the rest of his conversation about this because we were talking about it a little bit before behind the scenes. But the last game I wanted to talk about, everybody. I made a post about this yesterday. The demo just came out. And this is one of the demos that does carry over your progress to the full game. So this is one of the demos I love. Okay, again, I've talked about this a billion times. If you're going to do a demo, have some of the progress, even a little piece of the progress carry something. Makes all the difference in the world. Blades of Fire. Guys, don't remember, this is a game that just popped up at the beginning of the year. And everybody was like, what the hell is this? It is a AA game. Okay? Not a AAA game. However, it looks really good. And this is the game where they show that you have to forge your weapons. And I'm sure some of you remember this now as I'm talking. Where you get to forge your weapons. And they had this really, what looked like a complicated system with the hammer and the anvil to forge. And you had the bars, and you had to match up the bars. And people were like, what the hell are we doing? And then the combat itself looked visceral. Blood, gore everywhere, big weapons, right? Your character is over-designed, meaning he's got extra large Popeye arms and hands on purpose. It's part of the aesthetic. And the weapons are super huge and menacing. And it's got some souls to it. Yes, I'm going to say that I actually am enjoying a Souls light. Not a like, a light. Some people have been out here saying this is definitely Soulsy and that Souls people should play it. Now, on the harder difficulty, it may be more closer to a Souls game. I'm playing on normal. You're not going to hear me say this often. You do need to dodge and parry in this game. You can't play it straight up like Devil May Cry or anything like that. You do have to. However, Steel, this is a game that is much more forgiving than most Souls games. This is a game that does allow you, yes, you can swing wildly and you can connect wildly, but they're going to get a shot on you. Now, this isn't a one-shot, one-kill situation yet. I haven't fought a major boss yet, so we'll see when I get to the boss. This is a one-shot, one-kill thing yet. It's not even a two-shot or three-shot. You've got some health, and they don't take it all the way down right away. So you can fool around. Now, you only got 3 health flasks to start. And once you're out, you have to go back and rest at an anvil to get those back. If you die while fighting, and I did die, I died to an elemental because I was learning his patterns. You do have to learn patterns. Again, I'm not against harder games. Some people think that I'm against total hard games just because I don't like Souls games. I'm not against challenging games. I will fool around even if I have to learn some patterns. That's fine. If you're not killing me in 2 shots because I missed that one parry or that one dodge, okay, I got a chance at really liking your game. That's what this game is. So I was fighting this elemental, it killed me. When you die, whatever weapon you were carrying turns to stone, is left in that spot. So you lose that weapon. You get resurrected at the anvil, back to full health, but you've lost your weapon, and some of the enemies do respawn. So there is that Souls experience to it. But like I said, overall, this game is very polished for a AA game so far. I have 0 performance issues whatsoever. This game does have, like, it's, again, it feels like it's just this really cool set. It's hard to tell you guys. It's really cool. The acting isn't AAA acting, it's AA acting, so some of it's like B kind of flick acting, but it works. The story and the writing isn't like, oh my God, quality, but at the same time, it's pretty damn good and kind of draws you in right away. You do have the challenge, like you got to break apart because you got to collect, because the main part of the game, one of the main parts of the game is obviously forging your weapons. You open up the weapon classes by defeating a certain number of enemies. Like, let's say you want to open up the spear. To forge the spear, you got to defeat 20 spear enemies. Okay, and then that'll become available to forge. Now, there's other things that you can collect that kind of make that faster process, etc. However, that's the basis. You got to collect, obviously, iron. You got to collect wood. You got to collect all this stuff. So you're breaking apart barrels. You're breaking apart environmental stuff. Here's where the challenge comes in, Steel. Your weapons do have durability. So you got to pay attention to durability. Your weapons can only be resharpened so many times because, of course, you have the ability to go make new weapons, right? So this isn't a keep your weapon forever situation. So depending on what the quality of the weapon is determines how many times you can go resharpen it. Well, while you're destroying things, Steel, let's say that you take a swing and you miss and you hit a wall. You're going to take off durability. So you got to be careful I know, but because this game makes it so easy to make weapons, right? I think you probably understand. It's kind of the point, right? So yeah, so that's the whole. Like, so you gotta watch your environment. You gotta watch where you're swinging your shit. There's secrets galore in this game, like exploration wise. You guys know how much I love exploration. This is an open world per se yet that I've gotten into. There was a little tip that came up because obviously it's giving me the tutorials. There's a little tip that came up that interests me. I took a screenshot of it. I haven't posted it yet. But basically, well, let me see if I can find the screenshot and read it because this piqued my curiosity with this game. Let me pull it up here real quick and see if I can see it. Hold on. I hate to do this. I should have done this, but where is it? I think this is it right here. Let me see. So they gave me a tip. Gotta get to my gallery. I had to download it from Xbox real quick. I love how fast that is now, by the way, too. If you guys haven't used the Xbox app, the Xbox app's gotten a lot better. For me, it's gotten a lot better. Well, I know you don't, but okay. So this tip came up and says, "What is my mission?" Right? And they were kind of talking about the map, right? And it says, your mission is to reach the royal palace and kill the queen. They tell you out the gate. That's not a spoiler. That's just out the gate. Like, that's your main overarching goal, right? It's straight out the gate. Beyond that, you only know what Aaron and Arslo know, and that's your kind of kid companion, okay, at any given moment. You could talk with Arslo anytime. That lead might be more useful than the first appears and if you grow tired of hearing him, you can send him back to camp. That's the other cool part. Okay. Is you can send him back to camp if you get sick and tired of him. He can give you little tips. He doesn't help you. He doesn't fight.
That's so
he
funny
will
collect. They implemented that though.
Yeah, he will collect stuff for you. So he is helpful from that scenario, but otherwise you just send him back. And then it goes on to say, I didn't screen cap the second part of this, but basically they said you're free to explore and you're going to find stuff off the beaten path throughout the map on your way to this castle. This is going to be a very roundabout adventure.
Okay.
So even though it's not open world, they're making it seem, and from what I've seen in the area so far, you have pathways everywhere to kind of go. And if you explore those pathways, you're going to find, like, you break certain boxes, all of a sudden you'll find a crevice in the wall, and you can go through the wall, and that opens up a new area, or it's a shortcut to a different area that you haven't been to yet. It'll create a shortcut, another separate way. Again, for this game coming out of freaking nowhere, this isn't going to be a full price game again. Steel. This guy, I think it's priced at $49.99 or $59.99.
Okay.
So this is going to be a full price game, AA game. For this type of team to come through with this type of polish, the combat feels really good. Again, I'm not the Souls guy, but I will learn some parry and dodge. And by the way, parry actually recovers your stamina. So if you go into a blocking mode, you could sit there and block and it actually recovers your stamina. And if you do time it and get a perfect parry, you will stun them as per most games, right? Or you can dodge, which also can cause a slowdown when you do a perfect dodge as well. It'll cause a slowdown and give you the advantage to get behind them or whatever the case may be while they recover. So there's a lot of that to this. I will learn these if you are forgiving, and this game is forgiving. So for a team to come out of nowhere with this AA game, that reminds me, I will continue to say this, and I don't care, of the 360 era games that we used to get doing something really cool as fuck. Not AAA level, but doing something really cool as fucking kind of nailing the whole thing. The music, I didn't even talk about the music here, Steel. The music is the most eclectic collection of music I've heard in a video game. Like Claire Obscure is absolutely movie cinema quality music, okay? From start to end. Like everything is purposeful. This game is like the opposite because it throws so many different styles at you. 1 minute, you feel like you're in the middle of fucking Braveheart, okay? Ooh, for no reason. You're just in the middle of Braveheart. And the next minute, you're a ninja somewhere in the East hunting through the shadows. Oh. With some very Asian-like music thrown at you. Oh. And then you got choir music. It's the widest range of music, but it just works. Like, you don't realize it. All of a sudden it kicks in, and you're like, oh, shit, I'm liking this. All of a sudden you're like, yeah, we're Braveheart, right? We're you'll never take our freedom, right? You're about ready to scream that. And all of a sudden it switches up and you're like, wait, where am I now? And you haven't gone to a different part of the world. You haven't gone to a different part of the land. It's all the same level, but it's really cool. So shout out to Blades of Fire. I posted about it. The team is really hyping the game right now. They are really out here on social media. They're retweeting everybody's screenshots. They're thanking people for loving the game and for sharing out the game. There's real strong community building around this game. The forging is awesome too. I'll end it here and I'll let Steel talk too because we've already been talking a ton. Holy cow, what are we in?
That's what we do, man.
Yeah, I know that's what we do. The forging isn't as difficult as Okay, I'm early on. I'm not forging any complex weapons yet. We'll see if this changes. However, it took me 2 weapons to kind of figure out how to get it done. I forged a 4-star weapon on my second try.
That's not bad.
Okay, so and if you guys, I just posted before we went live too. If you guys want to check it out at X, I forged a 4-star sword and a cool little addition that they did. You get to name your weapons, anything you fucking want.
Oh, okay.
So it just made sense that I named my 4-star sword Steel Rain. Because obviously it just worked.
That's funny. That's funny.
All right, so I named it Steel Rain. Anyways, but it only took me 2 times to forge a 4-star weapon, which is the highest grade that I currently can make. I don't know if there's one above that or not, but right now it's 4 stars that I can make a max. But I kind of figured it out, and just to give you a little tip if you're going to try this demo, basically what it is that every time depending on what materials you're using and depending on what style blade that you're forging, because steel, they got different blades, they've got different pommels,
more and more.
They got different, bro. They got they got these statues randomly throughout the world too. That there's a statue with a dude holding a certain type of weapon. Steel. If you have that certain type of weapon on you, you can go activate that statue, and it will give you pieces for you to upgrade that weapon at the forge or to go back and make a new one with better pieces. And they're just hidden randomly throughout the world. Again, there's a ton of secret shit in this world. It's super dope. Anyways, so depending on what you pick out with your blade, basically what it is you've got different thicknesses. Think of it like thicknesses of metal throughout the blade as it's heated up, right? There's different thicknesses. Basically what you're trying to do is even out those thicknesses with hammer blows. And what they do is they give you a set number of times. I think it's 15 hammer blows, okay, for each weapon that you want to create. And then you have to go through and adjust where you want to hit. You can adjust the angle of the hammer, which then adjust the levels of the metal up and down throughout, and you're trying to match it up as close as possible to the design of the blade, right? So they got this outline of the blade. They got like a white line of one side of the blade that you're trying to match up all the levels. The more levels that you match up, the more stars you get, right? So that's what you're trying to do. But obviously as you move the hammer, it adjusts depending on where you strike. It can adjust the levels behind or in front, and it can move them up or down. So you got to kind of play with it. Basically, what you're trying to do is move all the metal and even it out all the way down. And what I figured out is there's a certain way to start out. You do a couple hammer blows low, a couple hammer blows in the middle, and it's a mini game. And then you get to the end, right? And you got those levels. You start even down those levels. And if you guys understand what I'm saying here, so you got like a mass of metal up here, so your levels are high. You start bringing those levels down and start working it down towards the tip. Pause, right?
Big pause.
So you start working it, big pause. You start working it down towards the tip of the sword or whatever you're making, and you level out those all the way down as you go. And that's how I got my 4-star sword last night. It doesn't have to be perfect to get 4 stars. You just have to get it close. And that's what I wound up doing last night. So, bro, I'm telling you, I put out the post saying 2025's got to stop. Like, we already knew we were going to get a sheer amount of games, but there's so many cool as fuck games. Because like you said, Steel, when we were talking about this behind the scenes, Stellar Blade's coming out 2 in June. This game comes out June 11th, I think it is well. Like, there's so many just cool as fuck games coming, Steel, that I don't want to wait on. Like, I don't have FOMO anymore, but I just don't, like, I want to play this game. Like, I sat down again. I was going to come home and I was just going to play Doom last night and see how many chapters I could get through. And I wound up firing up Blades of Fire again because I was thinking about it all day. And I was like, I really want to keep playing this demo and see if I really like it this much or if it was just, it's kind of different, kind of cool up front. I kept playing it last night, Steel, and I was just like, no, this game is dope as fuck, and I've only got the sword and hammer opened up. So that's all I've got. They've got daggers. They've got spears, so you can dual wield daggers. They got spears. They got double-edged, double axes steel that you can wield. Like, there's all sorts of shit that you are able to forge, and each one feels different. Like, I forge this hammer. Steel, you can even adjust the size. Again, pause and advance. The shaft, length of the shaft. Yeah, so you can choose your blade size. You can choose your shaft size. Steel. So if you want a shorter one that's a little bit quicker, that doesn't take up as much stamina. Yeah. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Pause.
You gotta get the big pop.
But this is kind of what they give you as options while you're creating your weapons. And again, then they allow you to name it at the end. I'm not gonna lie, it's dope as shit. I like that too. Right? Also, if you go back, if you're hurt, you can make your way back. You can fast travel between the anvils. Whenever you open up an anvil, you can fast travel. They're not super far spaced out. I've already found 3, like in the opening kind of section. I've already found 3. So they give them to you pretty generously. You can fast travel between them. If you are hurt, you're out of potions, you can go back and rest just like you could at a bonfire during Souls. Get your health back, but the enemies do, some of the enemies do respawn. I was trying to get this thing. Did you get this thing, by the way? Steel, did you get that one way up? Oh, I'm looking way back. Never mind. I'm way back.
I got the gameplay up.
No, I know you got the gameplay up. I was seeing if you ever got that chest way up in that area where it's that little chest box that's hidden up in that little hole in the wall that you were trying to grab. I couldn't figure out how to get it. Anyways, I'm being distracted by.
Oh, you talking about in Doom?
Yeah, Doom. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Okay. That was the one where you first learn how to grapple with the shield and travel across. Okay. Yeah. It's that little space up there with that gold box that's in that one little tiny space. Yeah. You'd have to look at it again. Never mind. You're trying to do it right now. I'm back because I was going to do timestamps. Anyways, so yeah, Blades of Fire. Go check it out. The demo's out, and again, your progress does carry over to the full game. Right now, Steel, unless something dramatically changes, I'm going to keep playing the demo here. Okay. This is day 1 for me. I'm going to pick up this game, bro.
It's big.
That's how much fun I'm having with it, and it's a Souls-light game. This is a really cool-ass game, bro. It really is. So anyways, wanted to give that shout out. Yeah, size does matter, Ghost Wolf. It does. Pause.
It does. Don't let nobody else tell you. I mean, you can have a bit of game in other places.
I mean, there's benefits to each. So, whatever. There's benefits.
Whatever works for you is how I kind of like to approach it.
Tim the Sorcerer says downloading the demo now. Yeah, go for it, Tim. It's such a cool atmosphere too. The art direction is super dope. It's colorful. The world's colorful. That's the thing really for me. If I wasn't sold on it before, from what you said on it, definitely is tempting. Again, I'm going to be jumping into Stellar Blade because they come out around the same time. But again, more of what you're saying solidifies the fact of why I didn't jump into the demo, right? Because I already had the feeling that the game was good. Right, like it seemed creative. It seemed like it had something to going for it, based off of the previous kind of behind the scene things that IGN did, breaking down the game. Again, the gameplay that you showed there for the World trailer, that's also on IGN. It's another 4-minute trailer, gives you a feel for it, and even that solidifies it even more. And even more so backed with what you just went in there with all the different things that you could do, especially with the customization of the weapon itself. Because I'm going to be trying to go for a great sword, maybe see how that feels. Right. They do have great swords, brother. They do. So, I don't have it open yet, but I saw them. They do have them.
I'm going to make a great sword called Pong Soul. There we go. Do we get Yobi's donut?
No, I got to get back. I was just about to say that. Yobi, peace, love, and life. The one and only legendary came through with a $10 super chat. That's right, the 10 bomb. Yeah. He got us up with the easy Mach 3.0 this morning on a Saturday because we don't discriminate. Thank you. Legendary Yobi says, right behind you, Decado. Keep the doors open. We're heading to Mars for a meeting with the Commander Shepard. All aboard the Normandy. Let's go. Let's go, Legendary. And then the one and only Legendary Yobi. He's not done. We just reminded him, so he came through and he went ahead and dropped another easy 5 bomb. That's right. He got in the court with the easy little finger roll. Got us a new train full of splitters. Welcome aboard, all you splitters. We are now up to Mach 3.5 on this Saturday morning, keeping us ad-free in 2025. Hashtag no beans around here. The legendary Yobi dropping off that bag of coal. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo-choo. Let's go.
Hey, that's a beautiful sight to see. Much love to y'all, man. Continue to show love on a week-to-week basis as we just chop it up with you guys. Now, I did put up a poll earlier asking people if they are playing Doom the Dark Ages. 63% of y'all said yes. The 37% said no. Hey, seems like Doom has got a lot of people's attention, man. I mean, and as it should. I think that speaks to the pedigree of what Xbox has been doing. As of late, it seems to be continuously hitting it out of park. And then Decado, if you want to show him some love real quick.
Yeah, we're going to let Steele get to his game lineup too, but the one and only Decado would not be outdone by the legendary Yobi. He got on the court and said, oh, I saw your finger roll, and I'm going to do a nice little easy hook shot, a little fiver from the one and only Decado, dropping off that bag of coal, getting us up to a mock 4.0. We are cruising along. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. Please pay attention to those attendants that are walking around helping you buckle up, because we're starting to get to those speeds where we don't want you to fly out the windows. We haven't closed them quite yet, so enjoy this ride, but do pay attention and buckle those 4-point harnesses down, keeping us ad-free in 2025, adding a new car of splitters. Welcome aboard, all you new splitters. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo-choo. Thank you, Decado.
I appreciate that, Decado. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can tell, I'll start off with what is on the screen for you guys, and that is Doom the Dark Ages. It's crazy because I wasn't anticipating to be jumping in at all. When games come into Game Pass, I mean, one, I wasn't enticed to like get the premium edition, get early access or anything like that. So that was like a one time for me. But the other thing too is it's so easy to give in to when a game drops in on Game Pass and it has your interest. The other thing too, that put things in perspective, because I'm somebody that typically doesn't like jumping into the second iteration of a game if I haven't played the first, right? Now, again, I go back with Doom, right? So it's kind of different for me in that way as well. I put out a tweet this week kind of talking about the different things that have influenced me per generation. And I think that still is pretty much accurate as today. But one of the things that influenced me the most on PC was Doom, right? Back in the day, classic Doom. So I definitely understand when Palm brings up the people or the Doom lovers out there, right? Now, Doom has always been it's been appreciated, but it also has never become this phenom, right? Like Doom's multiplayer didn't stick for people, right? No, you went to Quake for that. You went to Unreal Tournament for that style of gameplay, right? Doom was good, right, in that arena, but it wasn't those other titles. So for me, and I know there is an audience out there that did enjoy what they played of the Doom multiplayer. I never got into it. I don't really recall playing 2016 at all. I did try to jump into Eternal, excuse me. With Eternal, I put in over 10 hours or so, maybe about 20 hours. I do know that I got to one of the bigger enemies has a shield or whatever. That was one of the first walls that I hit in the game. I think I was playing on the same difficulty that I am now, which is Nightmare. I didn't really change anything else about the game, speed or whatever else. I just played the game for what it was. I don't know what it was about the game, whether it was the platforming, like Pong has mentioned before. Platforming typically doesn't bother me though. I don't know what it was about the game that it didn't give me the urge that moment to moment, I'm really loving this. I want to play more. What's happening next? The progression, the power fantasy. Like, of course, power fantasy, when you're playing Doom, I assume there's going to be the power fantasy already. It's kind of hard to not like go into the experience and not expect that. But there's something different with Doom the Dark Ages, and something that, again, Pong had mentioned earlier, and I'm trying to make a lot of drawbacks, because one of the points that people were made is that, hey, this is going to be a more, or even the studio made, shout out to it, is that they wanted to make a more grounded feeling experience. A lot of people complained about the platform in the previous game. I don't know whether the platform was right or whether it was wrong, but in this case, I do feel like they moved it in the right direction. Moment to moment, like I cannot describe, like, so when I play games, I typically approach them as if I'm just going to take it in by whatever comes, right? I don't intentionally, like, I'm not an achievement hunter. I'm not going to go try to look up the achievement list and, I got to do a triple backflip and we got to do 5 360s and I got to shoot this. No, I don't care about none of that. That's not how I play games. I think when you refine it down to that, I get some people having fun with it, but it just, I'm not trying to make like,
are you camping? Are you camping in Doom?
No, it actually all the gameplay. You can see exactly what I'm doing. Actually, I'm doing quite the opposite. I'm like, bro, for me, so like, I'll tell you off rip, my shield is already maxed up. My shield was max upgraded.
You maxed it out
by like stage 4 or 5.
That's funny.
Point blank. I love the fucking shields in this game. The fact that you can see an enemy in the distance and your shield can lock onto them and you will instantly go to them, shield bash, and you do that for the intention of that's how you get health back, mainly. Like, sure, you get health back from killing enemies, but when you do it that way, it's forcing you to say, hey, the more that I am aggressive, the more that I am rewarded. Although, especially playing on Nightmare, I get if people are playing on different difficulties. I'm also playing at 130% speed. I did start off playing at 150. I felt like that was a little too fast, although I was enjoying it. It was just like some moments, especially for the parrying, I was like, oh God, what the hell? But so I turned it down to 130, and I really do feel like that is the sweet spot for the game. Moment to moment, I think it knocked out the feeling of you being Doomslayer more so than any other game that they have released. That classic feeling of back in the day playing it on PC, that old school style Doom. For whatever reason, this one knocks it out of the park for me, and I continue to want more and more from my experience moment to moment. Right? The progression, the power fantasy of, hey, I feel strong right now with this. And the super shotgun is absolutely an amazing gun for me, especially if you're aggressive. Super shotgun, a couple shots, they turn in purple by the third one if you hit them with a melee. It's insane the amount of just versatility that you have. But anyway, just the power fantasy, getting going from gun to gun, right? Classic feelings that I go back to with like a Halo, right? Halo has always been the perfect example of, you're not always going to be able to stick with one gun. You're going to have to pick up different varieties of things. You're going to have to learn how to use these different things. Different situations happen, and different people may end up using different things per scenario. So that's what adds on to it. On here, easy to get to on the radio wheel. You're unlocking basically a weapon if every other mission, it feels like it does make me feel as I'm getting used to a weapon before I get to a new one. So I have an understanding of if I run out of ammo or if I just want to swap for a situation. Most of the time I don't swap. I use a super shotgun for everything. Make sure that I'm melee comboing everybody, flying across the map, make sure you're loaded up, because they just give you so many ways of just leaning more into your power fantasy or how you want to play. I just unlocked an ability to where essentially when I parry with the shield down, it calls down lightning. Oh my God, you talking my language. That's all I needed to see. I'm on a roll. I feel like I'm legit on a roller coaster, so much to the point. I was playing last night. I need id to make a Halo game. If they're going to do they need to do Team Osiris. I'm telling you, if id does a Halo game based on Team Osiris, or if they just go based on their own version of whatever Spartans that they want to use, Halo is going to blow the fuck up. Because good God, id on Halo in this type of style, grounded, maybe add some more glory kills, because that is the one thing that I do think is missing, is that vicious nature of seeing an enemy flashing and you run up to them and just rip them apart. Like, I do miss that, and I do wish there was more optional ways that you can implement that back in. I don't think that the version that they have is bad, and you can trigger some glory kills. Somebody made the suggestion, like, yo, Steel, if you jump and do the kill, there is more of a frequency that you'll get those glory kills off. But they are something that, at least for me, is severely lacking that I did have in Eternal, that I really enjoyed. And kind of going into this game, it doesn't make sense why you wouldn't lean into it more. Like, I get if it just takes time, and I can feel that a lot in this game. There's a lot of time-sensitive actions happening. When when the enemy starts flashing, you want to get to them so that you can eliminate them and typically get health from them, right? It's the quickest way to do it. Even for the higher kind of harder the enemies or the more annoying enemies that you find, because there's the guys that constantly throw green stuff at you, and you got to make sure that you parry that. And you got other guys that have these shields that have the green things. You got to be in a specific spot. There's so many different varieties of things that you can do. It just leaves it up to you, kind of experience however you want, and knowing and just having that feeling, it's just super dope. As you're going moment to moment, man. So Doom is feeling more phenomenal than ever before, at least in my opinion. I like this so much more than what Eternal brought me. I actually do like the dragon riding as well. It's not over the top. I feel like it could be better, again, compared to other games that are more recently released that have dragons involved. But for something that's meant to be more arcade-like, like if you can't tell, I'm trying to find ways to critique the game. Right? Like, I'm digging very deeply because I don't have a complaint. If people feel like the game is too easy, I hear you. I die in encounters all the time. Me either being overly aggressive, me either getting blocked into a wall, me either being cornered because you're backing up, there's so much stuff going on, you're trying to evaluate what I can't do, you're trying to do new things, you unlock abilities, you're trying to see what these abilities do. I die. Now, I wouldn't recommend you going into a difficulty higher than Nightmare, because the difficulty higher than Nightmare says if you die, the game is over. Oh, God. I can see why people would have fun with that, but unless you're playing on that mode, stop complaining about difficulty. Like, when a game comes out and is just good at being a good-ass game, you can tell when people have to start reaching to find shit for there to be a problem. There's literally, at least in my eyes, again, if you're a Doom fan, I guess we can have a deeper conversation. But on a basic game level, this is another one of those game-ass games, one of the most phenomenal experience. If you want to suggest somebody that was wanting to get back into the gaming scene, it would be this. Easy to understand, customize the experience however you want. You can have the difficulty. Play on the hardest difficulty, where if you die, you restart the game and tell me how hard the game is. If you can make it through the whole entire game, if you're a speed runner, not everybody is, but these people who talk about difficulties, y'all aren't speed runners. You complain about everything. The difficulty feels fucking fine. I think I'm a pretty better than average player when it comes to this type of shit. I'm not MLG Triple Pro Plus or nothing like that, like some of these dudes act out here. But I'm dying. And it's not like, oh, I can't understand. Like, I saw some clips going out there, people like, oh, well, this game, I just can't understand what is attacking me and what's hitting me. There's accessibility options just for you. You can turn on arrows where it tells you exactly where all these shots are coming from. The parry ones, the regular ones. Maybe you need a little bit of accessibility. That's okay. You still got to complete the actions. You still got to turn a 360 or a 180, shoot the guy behind you and make sure that you're in motion and getting health and getting ammo and meleeing this dude and chainsawing through this guy and flying across the field with your shield. There's so many other things to take into consideration. It's so wild to me what people find to complain about that I don't think makes sense in this scenario unless you're playing on those harder difficulties. Especially with all the options that they... Bro, I'm seeing more and more games up front telling you, how do you want to customize your experience? If you ask me, I don't think you should even have that deep of a level of customization. Other than game speed, it should be the basic options. Easy, medium, hard, very hard, and damn. Or something along those lines. Ultra, whatever you want to call it. And they're scaled that's how I judge you. How did you scale those modes? What did you feel like was appropriate for those modes? This is allowing you to do it however you want to. Isn't this what we want out of games? But the game's too hard. The game gives you option to make it hard, and you say that the game's too hard, or it's not hard enough. It's not hard enough because the game feels good to play. You feel like you can do all the things that you would like to do as the Doomslayer? Because that's what I hear when people are talking about it. That's all I hear. The game is too easy because I can kill these enemies. Because I can use all the equipment that is given to me by the developer. Damn, maybe the developer just did a really good job making the game. That could be a possibility. Now, performance, It's something that we can maybe talk about, because every time that I boot up the game for the first time, let's say if I got a 6-hour period break or whatever the case, and I jump back onto it for that first 5-10 minutes, sometimes it's choppy for whatever reason. I think it's because of shaders loading or whatever the case, on PC at least. I haven't seen this issue on console, but I have that issue. I haven't updated my drivers either, because I just don't do that. The game does pop up immediately and say, I heard Umbra talking about it yesterday. Shout out to Umbra, no shade. But he was like, oh, I updated my drivers and then the game just wasn't working. And it's like, bruh, this is why I don't tell people to get PCs. Don't jump into PC gaming, bro. You're going to run across these issues. This is going to happen. Oh, I got an Intel, so and the game said, oh, if I don't got yes, it's a problem, bro. But at least they're making you aware. It's not okay. You can still say, hey, this is why I couldn't play the game. But I don't think it's necessarily a knock. You know what you're getting into when you go into PC gaming. At least you should. But that's a whole different diatribe that I can go on about. And it's really not that serious at the end of the day. The game's not perfect, obviously, for some people. But goddamn, this is another one of those games up there with Expedition 33, and I'm gonna get into that in a second too. But this is definitely a highlight game for me this year. Now, I wasn't expecting to say that from Doom after what I came off with Eternal. I had things that I liked about it. Didn't sit with me. Said I could play something else. I played this one. I'm in chapter 12 of 22. I got 10 more chapters. I like the fact that it tells you how many chapters are in the game. You know what to expect. There's so many things that ID Soft did that I think are positives for the game that it way outweighs any negative that you could possibly bring up, unless you're some super hardcore fan of Doom. And at that point, what are we talking about? Because they're always going to disappoint you guys. It's the same way that I feel about Halo. Same way that I feel about Gears. Me jumping back into Gears Ultimate Edition again. People find things to complain about, when all I want is consistency. The Gnasher and Gears ain't been consistent since 1. Halo, it ain't consistent. Dropping content. Making sure people are aware of the fucking game. Being consistently good to some people. So, in Doom, I think they've been consistent for people, for the most part. If this one doesn't speak to you, I was able to play it in Game Pass. Part of my subscription. They was already getting paid. And they're definitely getting my time. Shit. If they had some skins in this motherfucker, something available to download, I would have thrown them another 20 bomb, 10 bomb, something. Say, hey, appreciate that. Dope. That's the one thing I will say, because maybe I'm not the treasure hunter. I do feel like I'm not finding skins like I did in Eternal, which is kind of a turnoff for me. I would have expected to find at least fucking a couple skins by now. I got the one skin from having the game early, or pre-ordering technically, because I get everything part of Game Pass. I will say that's a downturn for me. I like my skins in Doom, but moment to moment, as a game, I'll accept that I was wrong in my anticipation on this one, and I'm enjoying playing it. Expedition 33. I was in Act 3 of Expedition 33. I already said here, I played the entire game on Expert through Act 2. Very small period windows. People comparing it to Souls games, compared to Sekiro. I've even seen somebody who played Expedition 33 and then went back to play Sekiro. They said they tried a couple of times before, couldn't get into it, played Expedition 33, went back to Sekiro, and they were able to beat Sekiro. I love seeing that. That is what I love about gaming expanding and people being open to more things than ever before. Because you were able to try one thing, maybe it opens your eyes to look at something completely different. Makes you used to the parry timing. Maybe used to dodging. Whatever the case may be. Super dope. Expedition 33, point blank period, I will say is a Game of the Year worthy contender. Hands down. Story alone. If you think the story is mediocre, bro, again, I can't speak to you. I hear you. I don't understand. I don't know what you're asking from the world. I get we want better storytelling in the industry, But I think this is the top echelon. This is probably one of the highest bars that you can get to, especially as moments pass, as you progress through the game. I think they did good with the combat and everything. I did end up, possibly because of the combat, falling out of that love space. You know, you get in a relationship early on, you get the butterflies. It makes you feel like, ooh, I was waking up excited to play Expedition 33. That went away after Act 2. More so because of difficulty, I think, that I would speak to. And that's actually crazy coming from me in perspective, because I was enjoying it up to certain boss. And then it was just like, damn, this really broke me. I am so good. And then finding out that it's really not worth nothing. It's like, okay, I thought it was going to have maybe unlock a true ending or whatever. No, everybody has the same options. It's like, okay, well, maybe I don't need to sweat it, but I do really want to experience the rest of the story. So getting to Act 3, I go to the next area and watch the cutscene go play. I'm like, oh man, I really can't wait to play this. I did try to fight some side bosses, but I did, again, I'm being very honest, find myself feeling like I don't want to do this side content. I'm not here for the side content. When I'm at this point with a game, and it doesn't happen all the time, where it's like I'm in this, I like this, and I want to play it more because of the story, but because of what I've experienced, mainly I can be honest and just be direct, because I had to turn down the difficulty, I'm no longer interested in that aspect of it. I'll beat the game with whatever brings it to me, but I'll beat it on story. And mind you, even on story difficulty, I'm still getting one shot. I don't have points invested in the health or defense, so keep that in mind. It may be different by the time Pong gets there, since he turned it down. It may be different for him. But I'm still finding enemies that do more damage than I know that I have health. And even if I invest the points, I don't think taking the points away from the other places are worth it up to that point. The other thing that I don't like as well, I don't like the fact that they cap your damage until the end of the game, essentially. I think that's dumb as hell. If I'm able to hit max damage early on, halfway into the game, if I'm able to hit a number that's higher than 9,999, then let me hit my higher numbers, bro. I built my character for a reason. I thought this was the whole point of this shit. Apparently I saw people bringing up the fact, oh, well, other games have done this, other JRPGs do this still. I think it's dumb. It's another turnoff for me, because there was bosses that I literally could have killed because of how I built my characters much sooner. But because I'm capped off on my damage, we're going to make you struggle through this. I'm already playing on expert. The timing windows feel sometimes in moments. I'm hearing people say, oh, for whatever reason, when you play the game with a keyboard and mouse, it feels more accurate than when you're using a controller. I don't know how to explain that. I'm hardwired, bro. I don't know what to tell you. I don't want to hit spacebar every time I want to do something. I don't play these PC games with a keyboard. Boo on me as a PC gamer, because people think that that's a crime too, using controllers on PC. Fuck you. I don't care. That's the old man in me. Use a controller on PC. Fuck you. I'm still nice. Now what? Anyway, get to the Act 3. Continue to progress the game. I get a fatal error crash. Okay. Fatal error crash. This is something I heard about. People were having issues. I heard they were having issues earlier in the game, though, so I wasn't expecting to get here and have this problem. Again, and I do want to also, when I lead into this, say that I do have the option of playing the game or downloading it on Xbox and completing my playthrough there. Save goes to the cloud, whatever else, cool. For me, it's more about principle than anything else in most cases. And since I'm already kind of on this downturn, for me to now hit this wall and say, oh, now I got to go download it somewhere else for me to continue to play this game. If I'm no longer interested, I might as well just move on to something else. Again, no knock on the game. Not mad at it. I do think it's a phenomenal game. I think it deserves the praise that it's getting. But there is an issue. I had no issues up to this point. Not using any external anything to help the game perform better. No mods, no nothing. I have a game that has over 3,500 mods installed. It is a 500 gig plus game in Skyrim. And I have never, except here recently, after I just most recent playthrough, Never ran across a fatal error crash. This is something I very seldomly run into. Fatal error crash. Okay. Booted up 3 more times. Fatal error crash every time. Okay. Hey, let's hop on Google. Let's find out. Hey, what's up? What do I do about this fatal error crash? Oh, well, if you get into the files, you delete this stuff, verify the game file, start the game back up, should be good to go. Be warned, though, you might corrupt your save file. Okay. Well, hopefully it doesn't corrupt my save file, so cool. Boot the game back up. Fatal error. Fatal crash. Fatal error. Okay. Game won't start up now. Loading into this act and going into Act 3, I cannot get past fatal error. Tried it for 2 days. Can't get past it. Re-downloaded the game. Can't get past it. I uninstalled the game. I'm not interested no more. I don't need to know what Act 3 was, I guess. If I'm interested, there's plenty of conversation that I could have with people up to the point of Act 3 that I think it would be interesting enough as far as just a story standpoint and a conversation to have. Some of the feelings that I got from, again, we mentioned here all the time from when we got to the end of Last of Us 1. The bigger conversation that you could have. The conversation here from a standpoint of loss, what's right versus what's wrong, someone's truth versus somebody else's truth, pain, dealing with a lot of elements that we deal with in real life that we should be able to have conversations about that are, again, an open-ended table because there's no right or wrong answer in this aspect. I mean, to me, I think there is, but I think that's just me being the kind of cynical person I could be sometimes. But I'm good. So, Expedition 33, man. It is what it is. Glad everybody else is enjoying it the way that they are. Unfortunately, these are the problems that you run into. And as you could tell, me playing the game on PC, I admit it to you, I could play it somewhere else if I wanted to complete it. I don't have interest. Know who you are as a gamer. I played something out of my range. Enjoyed what I got out of it. Played on the highest difficulty. Enjoyed what I got out of it. It is what it is. Other than that, I did end up uninstalling my version 5 Novus playthrough that I was doing for Skyrim, and upgraded to version 6. Version 6 is still in beta technically though, although they're coming extremely close to full release. So let's say fuck it, jumped in. This is definitely the Skyrim experience that I was actually looking for in totality, right? Now I need to play more of it to feel it out. I put a couple gameplay clips up. I know, again, far as combat goes, it is far as a modded game. Some of the most refined combat that I've seen. It's crazy what they've been able to implement into this. So apparently it gets crazier later as you unlock the more rarer weapons and stuff that they have in the game, and what they've done to those types of things and the scaling and everything else. I will say, man, the game feels fucking alive. Just, playing these open world style of games, it took me back to when I booted up Dragon's Dogma 2 for the first time. Just, and knowing that there's going to be more behind the scenes, because now you get more NPC interactions. I get more random encounters. I get, there's more chances of dragons to appear randomly. There's different types of dragons. There's, the vampirism, there's the werewolves, there's all these other things that they've layered on top. I know a part of that, I had my first vampire experience in my playthrough, and that I had to deal with the fact that I no longer could use certain magic abilities anymore because I was a vampire. And I had to swap over to more vampire focused abilities, and I started feeling the effects of actually being out during the daylight and seeing your stamina drain and you barely being able to do like much because, again, during the day you're at your weakest. It was super dope going through the vampire game, fighting the vampire fucking bastard or whatever. That was super fire. Getting some of the cool gear that I had. I was having a good time, man. Skyrim is a really, really special game. The fact that it is able to, again, have the amount of work from people who are just fans of it and get me to experience it in a way that I would like to experience it, especially with my newfound love for just Bethesda, or more newfound appreciation, I should say, more so. I'm just going to dive deeper into it. They also did voiceovers. I didn't mean to put Master Chief as my voiceover, but he is the voiceover for my character now. So there's that. So now when you ask people questions or when they talk, it's a Master Chief voice that says it. And he has emotion and everything into it. It's actually kind of interesting. I was debating on probably doing some streams for it, kind of just streaming my entire playthrough of Skyrim up until the point, because I think the next thing that I really am interested in is next on my list is Stellar Blade. Now, I'm really wanted to play Stellar Blade other than beyond the fact that it's an attractive character. It just looks like a really interesting game. And I was interested in it before, and it's like literally around the corner now. So got some other things as well. I got into the closed beta for Where Winds Meet. I don't need any further convincing on that game. I need to come out in full everywhere. It's not coming to Xbox, unfortunately. So we'll see what ends up happening with that. But it is another game. It leans into its MMO kind of style. Although it is more, I don't want to say dungeon crawly like as far as co-op and stuff goes, at least from what I've read up on. You're supposed to be able to join each other's worlds. Y'all can go exploring and everything together, get into combat. I don't know what the PvP is going to entail. It feels like it has specific modes for it. It's a wuxia martial arts based game. You think of Ghost of Tsushima, but more over the top. You think Ghost of Tsushima mixed with Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and that's essentially the game. What the premise of the game is. I do have gameplay of it on the channel. They have updated it, and I do think that the intro that they have now is better than what they previously had. But essentially, if you watch my gameplay on Live and Split Screen under Where Winds Meet, you'll see exactly. It's still in line with that. They refined it more. The combat feels even better. I think they need to work a little bit on the parry because it feels a little off, feels a little slow for me. Maybe just coming from Doom, it feels a little off. But so that's been dope. And then little light playing Wuthering Waves in the background. So little light rolling for a character or two after not being on for a while and actually getting the character that you want. That's just what I do. So that was cool too, man. So a little bit on the list there. A little bit on the list there for sure. So yeah, man, that's what I've been getting into. Tim says Steel's a difficulty setting in Blades of Fire, so Steel gotta play it. Really? Is that the hardest difficulty? Is it called Steel? Because I'll do it. I'll do a stream and everything. Steel plays Steel. That would be fucking fire as hell. But yeah, hopefully you like my diatribe there and the things that I'm gonna get into.
Bro, it's a lot.
Oh,
I'm just happy. I'm just happy that you guys.
Tim says, "Yeah, Steel is hardest."
There you go. I'm just happy.
Steel plays Steel. There you go. Might have to do that. I might have to see what's good with that. But again, I'm gonna be playing Stellar Blade, man. Damn. I don't know. We'll see. There's a lot. My fault. What are you saying?
No, I was just happy that you jumped in to do. I was just happy to jump in to do. I was just happy that you decided to try it out and you actually wound up liking it. So that's what's cool. Because I knew you had played it back in the day because we had talked about it previously. Yeah. So, and had tried Eternal and that kind of stuff, and you had kind of the same feelings. But this is what you were talking about is exactly why from the beginning I was just hyped about this one, because that's what it looked like to me. It was going to wind up being was this much more classic style Doom, much more visceral as far as on the ground with the shield and with the different mechanics that they added. And that's what I was waiting for. And again, that's what it turned out to be for me. So it's awesome that you felt the same way, brother. So I love that.
Yeah.
And Where Winds Meet, I got to play too. When is that coming out? We know.
What?
Where Winds Meet? When is that coming?
No, they still don't have an official release date yet.
Oh, okay.
I think me and you would have a lot of fucking fun playing Where Winds Meet. Especially on the PvE aspect of it, but
yeah, when I watch you stream, do you know how much I loved it? I was watching you stream at work that day, and it was so
it's a really good,
dope, man.
It's well voice acted too. I mean, again, for another game coming out of nowhere, that's not like and it's Is it? It's NetEase. So
yeah,
we'll see.
I can't wait for that one. That's another one. If that's this year too, jeez, really?
Yobi says, live in split screen. What if when you install the game still it says fatal error, can't install the game? That would be, then it's a virus. I gotta reinstall Windows at that point. Lord Jesus. That'll be fucking terrible.
Nah, you have to keep this. You have to keep this game forever, bro. You can't uninstall,
Bold says your save back up on the cloud. Typically I thought on anything on Xbox, if you were playing a game on Xbox, your automatically save goes to the cloud.
Yeah.
That way you can always access your content from anywhere. That's been something they've been doing for a while. Remake Station says, Steel, are you using a mod pack? Are you talking about for Skyrim? I am for Skyrim. It's called Novus V6. I'm debating on making a video. I wanted to do like a 15, 20 minute video of me just kind of
look at his clips that he posted. It's not Skyrim.
It looks fucking phenomenal. It feels really good too.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm just going back, seeing what everybody else is talking about, seeing what y'all are going in.
So I was going to read up the chat and we can get some, give some comments in there.
But yeah, man. Let's go ahead and get the chat shouted out. I forgot we needed to do that, man. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. We'll get the chat shouted out. We'll do that. Where are we at? 156. Okay, perfect. So yeah. Again, we are 2 hours in, folks. We just been hitting the ground running. That's what we've been doing we always do, but literally from the show, just from the behind the scenes, we've been hitting the ground running for like the last 3 weeks now. It's been nuts. Steele and I have been just ready to talk for the moment we get going. So thank you all for being here. I hope you're all enjoying the conversation. We're obviously going to shout out the chat as we always want to do, and I'll read some of your comments.
Let's go.
Get some conversation going there too as well. Tim the Sorcerer, and Tim downloaded Blades of Fire while we were talking and started it out, and he just realized the dude can't swim. Yes, the dude can't swim, and he can't jump. It is God of War. There is no jumping.
Okay.
So that is one of the things. So no jumping. I mean, Souls too. I mean, whatever.
Can you climb?
No jump.
Can you mantle stuff?
Yes, he can mantle stuff.
Okay,
yes.
You can mantle. Okay, cool.
Yeah. There is some of that, but very specific areas, right? It is controlled environments. Like I said, it's not the open world. But yeah, Tim, I hope you enjoy that, man. Can't wait to hear some more of your thoughts here. Ghost Wolf 3599. What's going on, Ghost Wolf? Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Ghost Wolf said Decado, pickle juice, and bananas. Good. Yes, you can go that route too. If you don't have BCAAs, then yes, pickle juice. You are absolutely correct, Ghost Wolf. What is that? What is the kids stuff too? That they have?
What the pickle juice and bananas? What are y'all doing out here?
Well, he's got cramps. He's got leg cramps. Dakota's got leg cramps working out.
Gotcha.
So yeah. Trying to solve some leg cramps. So again, if hydration isn't working just by itself by water, then you got to add some stuff to it. So, but yeah, Ghost Wolf, good call there. Who else we got in here? We got the Bold Alpha Wolf Pack in the house. What's going on, Bold Alpha? Thank you for being here, brother. Appreciate you so much. Who else? We got the legendary Yobi in here, of course, making his name known. And he is a legend. Thank you, legend. Appreciate you so much, brother, for being here. And then, of course, the one and only Decado is in here as well.
Yeah, Decado says 7,500 to 10K steps a day is fucking brutal. Bro, I do I do about 20 a day.
20. Yeah.
Easily.
Some of my jobs I used to do 20.
Before that, I was probably easily hitting 100K.
Yeah, that's dope, especially if you're out and about, if you're doing a lot of walking. Good stuff.
I was in the warehouse.
It is tough.
So.
It is, in the warehouse. Yeah, of course. It is tough though. I mean,
12
again,
days.
especially if you're not used to it, getting ramped up is really tough. So, and it gets more rough as you get older. That's why I always just tell people, even if you start small now when you're younger. Like, you don't have to be a workaholic at the gym, but get in there, because the older you get, man. If I hadn't done any working out up to this point and I tried to restart now, bro, it's already been tough for me to get back into it at age nearly 50 in a week here, a week and a half. I can't imagine had I never touched the gym before, which a lot of people are in that shape. I can't imagine what it's like, man. I know why so many people quit. It's tough, man. So even if you're young, just get in there a little bit. And try to get some of it. Nixie's in here. Nixie says, Pong, a lot of violations this morning. LOL, you might have broken the pause record for a gaming podcast. Nah, come on. Iron Lords got to have shows where they said 1,000 pauses, okay, with King David. But no, I don't use it very often. But this morning, there was a lot of shaft talk and other things. So, unfortunately, we had to use some pause.
Or you can just be comfortable with your sexuality, man. It's all right.
Jesse B, what's going on, Jesse B? Great to see you. He says, I still have saves from the 360 that work. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? God, backwards compatibility is amazing. Can you imagine how they planned to do that all along? How cool this industry would be if they could have done that. Who else we got in here, man? We got Ozzy Fan 66. He says, I use controller on PC. You get a good aftermarket pro controller, you are set. Yeah, Steel's using one of those.
Yeah, there's a little Chinese knockoff. I mean, it's I do like the controller. I do like it.
Yeah.
I've come to find issues with it, but I mean, again, I do still appreciate my Elite controller as well. The Elite 2. Again, I've had to do work to these controllers though, multiple times. And when you're spending $200 for a controller, especially early on, shouldn't be happening. But it's a good looking controller, man. I customized a little bit, but the red face on there, you know, see, it's snazzy. I mean, I like it. It's still my favorite controller out of all of them, especially with the tension on the sticks. I really do appreciate the heaviness of the sticks. That's one of the biggest changes that they've made over the years. That's what's missing on this. This doesn't have that. At least I don't think that it does. I really love that as a feature. Really do. So, yeah, man. Yobi says, bro, at my second job on truck day, the elevator broke down, so I had to bring the beer kegs upstairs. Man, my legs were on fire. Yeah, but your body said, hey, those days are crazy, man. Just be careful. I know how it is. Get your work in, man. Just and people don't be caring about the effort that you got to put into stuff, man. So just make sure you're taking care of yourself, bro. Get some Epsom salt in there if you can.
Yeah, the 3-bit dual controller.
It does look cool.
Yeah, it does look
see that.
It really does look good, for sure. Like I told you guys that my Turtle Beach had broken. My big boy Turtle Beach had gone bad. The trigger had gone bad on me, and I had never seen it before. And I told you guys I wasn't going to spend $200 on controller ever again. That's the first time I ever bought a big controller. And I'm like, unless I have a lot of money, I'm not buying a $200 controller again. So I went out and actually got the wired version of the Wolverine, and because it was on sale at Target for like $80, I think I told you, Steel, $79.99. So I actually got this because it's got everything that I wanted feature wise, right? So it's got the Hell joysticks, it's got everything. It's got the quick trigger locks, it's got the back buttons, everything, but it's the wired version. But I had been using, charging, the controllers I've been using wired from time to time anyways. So I was like, well, whatever, I'll deal with it for the time being because I want to try this out. So far, loving this controller. The quality is freaking amazing on it. So that's a Razer Wolverine one. They make a wireless version too. You can get the wireless version for $200. They got the new Pro version. But that version right there is pretty dope. I'm actually enjoying it. Remake Station. What is going on in here? He says, Remake Station 5. What's going on? Remake. He says, oh my God, this combat is Blades of Darkness Part 2. It's the same devs. What are you talking? What are you talking? Blades of Darkness. Oh God, I'm trying to think. Blades of Darkness. I got to think.
I'll bring it up on screen. Hold on. You saying that's the same people who made Blades of Fire?
Well, that's what I'm curious if that is the same. Blades of Darkness 2.
Let's see.
Blades of Fire.
It might be. The character has some similarities.
Yeah, they got some similarities. I don't remember Blades of Darkness, to be honest. I'm looking at it. I don't remember.
Oh, wow. It actually, yeah. I mean, it looks like, it still has some differences there, but okay. I can see the relation to that if that's true. I mean, that's for a game that came out during that time. That's crazy. Actually, came out in 2001.
Oh, wait.
Like dismemberment.
Oh, no. You know who the devs are? I'm looking at it now. First of all, they said they were influenced by God of War. Oh, okay. I mean, like I just got done saying no jump like Kratos. So yeah, and you got the kid sidekick, but you can send them home. But these are actual. I just looked at it now. Hold on. These devs. Oh, where is that? Hold on. Just saw it. Bear with me.
Yeah, it's an older game. It came out in 2001.
Yeah, it came out a long time ago. Okay, so it looks like actually the devs are they actually made Castlevania Lord of Shadows.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. Okay, so some of the devs are from the Lord of Shadows team, which I've talked about being underrated. I think Castlevania should come back with that. And yes, it is Steam Community Blades of Fire, a spiritual successor to Blades of Darkness.
Oh wow!
So yes, way to go, Remake. Good call out, man. I don't remember. I'm looking at Blades of Darkness. I don't.
Yo, this game was ahead for its time, dog.
Yeah.
Look at this.
It's one of those games that probably got shit on back in the day because people didn't get it, and because technology wasn't caught up yet, and so they couldn't do everything. No, it actually got really well. Wait, Blades of Darkness 8.8. The first one got an 8.8 on IGN. 75.
I've never heard about it, and so
why don't I remember this game? I remember a lot. Even if I never played it, normally I'll remember the covers of these games. I just don't remember Blades of Darkness. But yeah, looking at it, I can see it was kind of Souls-like game. Interesting. The atmosphere wise. Yeah, that was dope. Good call, Remake Station 5. Appreciate that, brother. Yeah, I love that, man. Yeah, I don't remember that one at all. Blades of Darkness is old, like 2003. Yeah. Some of the devs did work on Blades of Darkness. Okay, cool. So Lords of Shadow and Blades of Darkness influence. Perfect. Well, no wonder why. And he says, well, Blade of Fire is awesome so far. Agreed, Remake Station 5. That's awesome that you guys are trying it too. Love to see that shit, man. Yeah, I think the game's going to have a following come when it drops. I think, when does it?
Nam says, I have Blades of Darkness and didn't realize it until now. See, this is why we do this. That's dope. He messed around, popped that in there. He ended up playing through a game that he fucking forgot about.
Yep.
Lydian
exactly.
says, Steel and Pong, did you already talk about Doom? If so, do you like it? Yeah. I give you the abridged version. You pop it in here. Yes. I think it's the best Doom to date. I think it's the best feeling Doom. You want to talk about a game making you feel like the character moment to moment, undeniably. I think it knocks it out of the park. Way better than I was anticipating. It has me better than Eternal ever did in perspective. I don't know in particularly why, but I am having a lot more fun in this one than I did with the previous ones. So take that for what it is.
And I agree, Lydian. I agree with Steel. This is my type of Doom. Again, I liked Eternal. Eternal was gorgeous. Great playing game. I hated the platforming, which everybody knows. This is my type of Doom. Like I said, I understand why some of the veterans or Doom super fans, some of them might not find this to be the same style, to not be as difficult as the older Dooms, to not be up to their speed. Like, Alex was pointing out, the kind of slowdown that happens that never was in the old ones. So I can see why some people would have a problem with it that are super Doom fans. But for me, as somebody who has played all the Dooms and really enjoyed them, but never been a super fan to that degree at all, this game right here is exactly what I wanted from Doom. I love this freaking game. I love all the new mechanics. I love all the new weapons. I love everything so far. Again, I'm to chapter 3, so I'm early, but right now it's giving me everything that I thought it would when I first saw it and more. And with the motto "Stand Your Ground," I think that was a perfect way to say this. I love every aspect, including the parry. Again, the parry is forgiving enough for me, so I love it. So that's
good. The one thing that I will disagree with. I don't think "Stand Your Ground" is the motto they should have used, because if you stand your ground, you're gonna die. I do think it's perspective, though, because stand your ground could mean you're so aggressive that you can stand your ground no matter where you are.
Right? Yeah, I think that's the big thing. And also that it's grounded again.
I can see that.
That it's grounded again was another point of it, right? That it's ground-based combat.
Yeah, but when you think of standing your ground, you're thinking like, I'm in place. I can maybe.
But I am, because I'm parrying.
I can hold
because you're parrying and that kind of stuff.
Right? I just seen that go be a talking point as well for people. Yeah. So that's why I was just like, I can understand why maybe that's not the best term, but when
they showed the video about it, everybody saw the gameplay.
I think it works.
They set the expectations. That was they didn't say stand your ground and then show some player like DSP standing in a corner, try to take sniper shots. That's not what they did. Like, they showed normal Doom gameplay, so everybody kind of got the idea.
I saw people defending that and be like, "How you go? See, this is the problem with gamers. How are you guys going to tell the guy how he's supposed to play the game?" The intention of the game, the reason they want you to be aggressive is so that you can heal, so you don't have to sit back.
You could play any way you want to. It's a game. Go ahead and play the way you want to. But again, what it tells me, my biggest takeaway is that there is a vast majority of this community, and I'm talking about the creators, that weren't game players like they claim to be game players for decades. That's all I'm going to say. I don't care how old they are. My gameplay ability has certainly dipped as the years go by. I freely admit that. I am not as quick as I used to be on the reflexes and the hand-eye. But at the same time, if you've claimed you've been game playing since the beginning, decades of game playing, and you played all the Dooms, and you sit in a corner and try to snipe off people, you haven't played fucking Doom. Okay. I'm sorry. Like Steel said, it's set up a specific way because you need movement in order to get the kills, to get the heals. Okay, I'm just saying. There's a lot of people out here who have lied about how much or how big of gamers they have been in their lifetime. Yeah. I've said that since day one I jumped into podcasting. I don't believe a large portion of the content creators are who they say they are. I just don't when it comes to game playing. Not saying you're not a fan, not saying you're not a gamer. I'm just saying you never were that type of gamer. So that's all I'm going to say. Anyways, real quick too, it's blatantly obvious sometimes. Blades of Fire is May 22nd, next week, Steel, just to confirm. So it is not June. It is next week. So
next week.
Yeah, May 22nd. $59.99. 10% off right now if you buy it pre-launch.
We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yep. Just want to let everybody know too. So in case you guys were planning on thinking of it. Let's see here. What else we got?
I did ask a question earlier real quick. Okay. It says, would you rather Doom keep its old school glory kills over this new quick kill system? 28% of y'all voted glory, and then 72% of y'all said quick kill. Y'all like the new system. Hey, I can't argue with that. I don't mind it. I like the over the top stuff. There was something cool
about the cinematic. Yeah, the over top stuff. Yeah, no, I agree with you.
I wish I can hold it and I could choose to do certain things. Even if there was like a penalty for it, at least I could understand. You know what I'm saying?
I do love the melee combo.
It is, it 100% makes it more fluid.
When you go boxing, it's great. I love that shit.
Yeah, being able to 3-piece, 4-piece people up.
Yeah, yep.
The effects that you get, I think,
and you can actually continue to the next guy, and you can continue to the next guy too.
I really like that. It's really bad. It's really Arkham-like in that way too, where you can go from enemy to enemy, and it feels like you got reach to be able to do so. You know what I mean? It keeps you in the action. You can choose, and again, it's not like you can't explore these areas as well. There's stuff for you to explore, figure out stuff. So, hey, well, enough of Doom. You guys can enjoy the rest of the gameplay that I have in the background for y'all. If y'all want some more Doom action or just see how I plan, because I did say a clip from Sunny Legends is known. I think it's a he. It's a known person that like does these over the top gameplay, cinematic like moments, and super dope gamer. Really over the top. He plays on the harder difficulties as well. And he was doing it, and I was like, I always feel like I play like this. I feel like, and to be honest, I feel like I do. Is it as flawless as they make it seem? And I know they've put a lot of time and effort into doing it and everything. You got to have an understanding of the game and the flow and all that. So it's like there's more levels to it as well. But as far as that's the type of style of like what I'm used to, man. That's what I come from. Like, that's like the expectation. When I see somebody go on stage and show off their game, that's what I kind of would expect to see. Somebody who's knows how their game works. So it's super dope. Anyway.
Let's finish this off real quick. Let's continue here real quick. Let's get some East Side Vando. What's going on, East Side? Great to see you in here. East Side also was in agreement as far as Doom Eternal not being his thing with the platforming, that he'd much rather play Doom Dark Ages. East Side, great to see you, brother. And yes, of course, I do agree with you wholeheartedly, sir, because you were agreeing with me. God Emperor Sofa King, what's going on, God Emperor? Great to see you in here as well. Thank you for joining the show, brother. Appreciate you so much. Let me keep scrolling here real quick. God Emperor, love that. Shane G, what's going on, Shane G? Thanks for dropping by. Says I can't deal with the toxic gamer discourse. Everyone complains constantly. That's where I disagree with you guys. I do blame the gamers, modern day gamers, killing the industry and the fun. It's society in general, Shane. Again, everybody complains.
Specifically though,
just as far as everybody hate everything that we talked about as far as games Everybody has complaints about games nowadays, even before the game comes out.
It's okay to have. It's okay to have.
Oh, no, it is, but it's over the top. Again, negativity has become popular, and again, it's in everything. It's not just in gaming; it is everywhere. And I guarantee you, again, it doesn't matter what you talk about, politics, religion. It doesn't matter. There are people who are constantly negative. It is something that has happened to our society, and social media has absolutely 100% amplified that conversation, those types of conversations, and that type of communication style, because that's what gets people's attention. Bro, I'm telling you, if I make a post positive, you can go check it out yourself. I don't care how big a following you have or how small a following you have. Make a positive post about something and then make a negative post about something. What garners you more attention? What will get you more engagement? The negativity will win 99% of the fucking time. Again, it is just one of those things, Steel. It doesn't matter, again, what you're talking about, whether it's games, doesn't matter what it is, sports. Go to the sports community if you want to see some crazy, ridiculous shit. It's the same conversations that happen in the gaming community happen in the sports scene. It's wild. It's nuts. I see the same shit, and I see the same type of articles being put out to see the same type of engagement farming being put out in the sports side of things. Like, it's crazy how all of this shit is now the same. But I do agree, Shane, that again, we've talked about this plenty of times, and I'm not in total disagreement with you, obviously, Shane, because I've talked about this. It's great the industry has gotten to be this big because it does have benefits once you become the number one entertainment industry in the world. But there's also drawbacks that happen. And I always equate it. If you invite 10 of your closest friends to have a party, it's going to be a totally different experience than if you invite those 10 close friends and tell them to each invite another 10 of their friends. And all of a sudden that party has multiplied. You're going to get people that don't necessarily come to have the same type of time that you have. When you open up the party, if you have a block party versus just a straight house party, you're going to have a different experience. And so the more people you invite in, the more opinions, the more different things that people have. This is kind of what happens. And I've talked about it. I go back and forth on whether I would want the industry someday to go back to being a nerd kind of place where bullies didn't like it, that they bullied us for those of us that were gamers, but it was a smaller, closer knit group of people who enjoyed gaming versus what we have now. And I think there is something that's been lost. We talk about this when we see these games trying to mass appeal to people. And again, that carries over into the amount of people that are now having conversations about this industry as well. You've invited in a whole lot of people that don't necessarily see everything the same way. And like I said, then you add to it that everybody likes engagement now. And so they all just go with the negative. Everything's mid. And I've talked about how that's the newest thing that I just absolutely can't stand about the younger generations. And again, I know it filters into the older generations, but the younger generations start this shit because that's where pop culture starts, generally speaking, as younger generations. I am no longer the younger generation. Gen X at one time controlled all of pop culture. We don't control pop culture anymore. It's everybody behind us that now controls pop culture. And this whole idea that everything is mid is the stupidest shit in the entire world I've ever seen. And that goes across the board for everything. Yeah, it could be a car, it could be a model, it could be a game, it could be anything. The minute you post something and say, boy, oh boy, this was delicious, or man, oh man, she or he is gorgeous, or God, look at this car, or whatever the case may be, you will have comments guaranteed underneath mid.
Well, people also do that just to be triggering.
But that's what I'm saying. But that was something. But I'm saying that's social media. That's the engagement farming. That is something that has started. That is something that's been now.
I think that's something that people always find a way to kind of try to poop on people's parades if it's not something that they're actively a part of, or if they just have a different opinion than you.
Because they can get.
As you've seen with a lot of different things, people can't agree on anything. Even in the gaming space, the reason why we continue to lose control is because nobody can agree on everything. You know what I mean? Like, there's not general principles that people can agree upon. There's people actively in the community that support people that do shady stuff. You know what I mean? People have proven that they would rather tune into entertainment, people yelling over each other, disparaging each other, talking about each other in nasty ways. And again, I'm all for having fun and stuff like that, trash talk, all of that stuff. I don't believe it ever should go a personal level. And I've always felt like there's an art to it. You know what I mean? Like, and not everybody understands that art form. I find that being from the South, especially, there's a lot of people who don't understand the art form of clowning, right? When you get into these other pockets of people, not everybody finds the same things funny. I do think there's like a general thing that continues to happen. And that's why, look, whether there's a million people that end up watching this or not, brother, like, I'm going to continue to spit the way that I feel about things, and maybe people can relate, like Pong has, like the Fun Spec fam has, like other people that we've met in the community have, and show love to the people that I show love to. So you got to find what's going to work best for you, because at the end of the day, it's proven more and more like, unless you're going to bring your personal thoughts and opinions to the table and actually think them out, and we actually have a discussion, again, like we tend to do here. This is why Live in Split Screen is an open platform. That's why it doesn't matter what you kind of play on. I don't care. We're gamers at the end of the day. I'm not the person to have that, Xbox, PlayStation, PC conversation with. I'm just not. I can explain to you why. And I think that matters more than one particular focus in one area or the other. So I enjoy it, man. Because again, I can call stuff mid too, but I can also explain to you why I feel like it is mid. Like, again, like, it's one thing to say it. It is another thing to actually explain it and say, hey, this is why.
I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. There's just so many better words than mid. And there's just so many descriptors better than mid. Like, you
can't leave it with that. It's whack.
It's like, whatever. Yeah, no. It's like if I had just said, played Avowed for 80 hours, it's mid, so I uninstalled it. Like, okay. What kind of conversation is that? Like, you played for 80 hours, but you think it's mid? Again, if I just said that, Steel would be like, what the, bro, you ain't playing no mid game for 80 hours. Right? But I talked about my...
I wouldn't even listen to you. I wouldn't even...
Right. But I talked about my entire transition about from the beginning to the middle part of my playthrough to the end of what happened with that game to me, right? That I wound up doing that. Again, that's the part that's lost. Again, that's where communication is nowadays.
I think what people need to do, genuinely, what I think people need to do is you need to find out what the fuck you like. Stop looking to other people. Find your people that you think give good opinions. And if you just don't agree with their opinion on one review, there's plenty of shit that I don't agree with ACG on as far as game reviews go.
Sure.
You think I give a fuck? You think I see him less of a man, or I see him less valuable? No. I only do that. Some people you grow out of because they're like, hey, you were spoken on this thing a particular way. You also have to recognize, as the person listening, maybe your views on the thing they're talking about has changed. Maybe their views have changed. People can grow. That is the most overlooked aspect to all of this shit that people ignore. People can grow. You can feel one way today and have a change of what you think tomorrow. There are still consistencies that need to remain that hope overall form your outlook on things, so people can have an idea of where you're coming from, so you just don't feel like you're coming from left field every time, like people who are purposefully contrarian. I just want to go against the grain because I think it's funny. I think that's annoying. I hate when people do that. Don't just be a contrarian for no reason. Like, unless you actually believe that, that's what we're missing. There's not enough, because I saw Nixie make the point, more people talking about it. What we're missing is that those people are in the space because people like that shit. And then they come on the podcast, not saying it's y'all, chat, but they go on the podcast and then entertain the same shit they say they don't like. In what reality does that fucking make sense? I don't like drama, but you're always on drama. Right. All I see is drama in the gaming community. Where's the drama on Live in Split Screen? Where's the drama on Gamer Circle? Where's the drama on Randolph Thor? Where's the drama on Iron Lords? They're pretty upfront, straight up about a lot of the things that they got going on. I think they're one of the more realist ones that we have in the community for sure. Right? As far as just taking it for what it is, trying to find that balance, having people in the know, being behind the scenes. That's why I get so up in arms when other people in the community don't put that same work in But obviously that's not a problem for a lot of people. There's bigger streamers who are coming out and finding out, oh, they're just saying, oh, well, everybody view bots at this level. Everybody does this at this level. It's just an expectation. Everybody could just overlook it. Why? Because you love that shit. You love drama. You like this fanboy shit. You like the console war shit. So stop going. Don't come here talking about, oh, I'm tired of this. Because you're not getting it from here. I don't think you were getting it from the Fun Spec fam either. At least from what I've observed.
No. Whatever.
You take that for what it is. Again, we always got to have those real to real conversations on a week to week. You know,
that's right.
Titanium was going on, and we had
the brothers in here. Jeez, what's he doing? Oh my God, what's going on, Titanium? Great to see you. We got it. Fit It Rich, what's going on, Fit It? Great to see you. Says Doom, I just finished Starfield. LOL. Man, I gotta get back to Starfield. I'm waiting for that next big update, man. I gotta get back to that, bro, at some point. So many games right now, man. I can't stick to one. I can't ever stick to one. We got the one and only, the man with the biggest stick in the community, making his presence known in here, the Boss Mod, Lethal Papa. What's going on, Boss Mod? Always good to see you. Oh my God, we got the whole old crew coming through. 3-bit. What is going on? The man who caused all the problems in the industry is 3-bit, so you can just blame him. That's why he jumped ship and he's now doing advertising and all sorts of things, because he just came and destroyed the gaming industry and then said, I'm out. Peace. That's what 3-bit did. So you can blame 3-bit. People like, whenever 3-bit's on a show, people like to throw tomatoes in the chat at him. Feel free to throw tomatoes at 3-bit since he made his presence known here. Good to see you, 3-bit. Miss you, brother. Glad to have you here. Jesse James is in here. What's going on, Jesse? We got the one and only Nam Omar as well in here. We got Roadkill 8018. What is going on? Great to see you all jumping in here. Doc. Fahim Scott, of course, is in here causing trouble. Talk about drama. That's Fahim. You should change your name to Drama Scott. Just kidding.
Fahim Drama Scott.
You know, I love you. Year 5, Fahim. Just got to give you a little hard time.
You're good. Again, that's my point. You're consistent, Fahim, so it's all good.
Yeah, no. Fahim's dope. Retro Nerd is in here underneath his new name, Shamsel Jaffrey. What's going on? Great to see you in here, as always, sir. Back in the community again. Who else? We got Nathan Donegan. What's going on, Nathan? We got Fastback 6768. What is going on? We got the Fun Speculation, aka Mav, in here. Man, the whole old crew's in here. What's going on? Game on Jesse's in the house. We got JB1521 showing up
in the door.
Yo, who let the dogs out?
Who let the dogs out? Don't let your dogs out.
Oh, man. If you were around during that time, how many people said, oh, God. When that was popular, that was exhausting.
Calling your feet dogs?
Who let the dogs out? No, Who Let the Dogs Out, the song.
Who Let the Dogs Out was everywhere. A good song.
But it was everywhere, and that's all anybody said.
It was old. It got old really quickly. Very, very quickly. It was the most played out song. I could be good.
Caitlin's in here too. I didn't see Miss Caitlin jumping in here. What is going on? Good to see you, girl.
Man, he's even listening to me, just in the chat.
Hope you and the fam are doing well. Desert Cruiser, I see you jumping in here as well. As you guys can all see, Steele and I are 2.5 hours into the show.
Neck deep as we go.
We just got through the chat shout out.
Yeah, I mean, we only talking about a few things today.
Because we have the conversations while we do all
games,
this.
Man. That's what we do.
Oh, of course we are. Of course we do. Love y'all. Thank y'all for being here.
I'll tell you what, we talk about games more than anybody else out here. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Oh, we got
other people. We got other people.
I definitely, if you were definitely to go and check on hours spent actually talking about games themselves and games that are being played, we'd be up there. We'd be in the top 5%, if not top 3%. I'm sure.
Especially with the additional ones, especially with because we're going to left field sometimes all the time too. You know what I mean? Like pull out some. Again, especially when we do this thing in gaming and stuff like that, just we're pulling from all directions, reminding people of certain things. I mean, again, I've tried because of this podcast. There's been games that I have tried because of conversations. Right? Again, Blades of Time as an example. Random conversation. I went back and ended up playing. Really enjoyed my time with it. Super fun. Super dope. That's what game is supposed to be about.
Remake today with Blade of Darkness. Like, again, not knowing that those devs had made that. Again, I've been looking at these images trying to see if I remember. I seriously don't remember that game. And like I said, I was so hardcore into gaming and reading magazines like so much. Like that's why I steal. Like I'll say, like, when you're going through this day in gaming, right? Even if I haven't played a game, I will recognize the vast majority of games you talk about, unless there's some obscure games or some, kiddie games that I wasn't into. Yeah. But that's how deep, like, I normally go, oh, I never played that one, but I know of it, right? Or that I'd seen, I remember that. I don't remember Blade of Darkness at all. And they made 2 of them, and I don't remember it. That's strange. Anyways, that was a good shout by Remake Station 5, getting us on a conversation. Oh, I'm seeing more people love Blades of Fire too. By the way, the people are now posting that this is going to be a good game. People are like,
I saw people talking about it.
Yeah, download that demo, everybody. If you get a shot, I know there's a billion things to play. I understand that. It's a AA, smaller team. Again, we found out today, thanks to Remake Station, Blade of Darkness former devs. If you guys are Blade of Darkness fans from back in the day, Blade of Darkness former devs, and also Castlevania Lords of Shadow former devs working on that game as well. Super polished. Again, for not a Souls guy, and this is a Souls light. It's not a Soulsy game, but it is Souls light in a lot of aspects. For somebody who doesn't like Souls games, I'm into this game. This game's dope. So I'm really enjoying it. So go download that demo. Check it out.
It has a lot of
and it carries over.
Customizable things and aspects to it. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get into something that was a major event this week. I mean, of course, the 6,000 people that were let go from Microsoft is definitely going to be, it can be a talking point. I don't know how much deeper we get into that other than repeating some of the things that we said before. Like, it's never good when these events happen. More and more people are left without jobs. The tech industry is seemingly completely overinflated, all in the same time, saying that they're actively hiring. There's a lot going on behind the scenes, man. I don't know what the answer is to it. I do think that there needs to be some refinement, but it's just more and more and more that happens, man. Again, the one thing that I will say, and I think we've been consistent about, when it comes to the corporations, man, like, as much as I might love Xbox, as much as I might have a appreciation for Microsoft, it's just as far as what they've done for me in the tech avenue, as far as just making me aware as I have been throughout my life. It doesn't excuse any of the other moves, man. People are people that are in the day. I know a lot of these times these people are given another avenue, but there's also a majority of the time where the people aren't. They don't have a second door that opens up in front of them. But hopefully it does. And I want to take the time, if anything, to show some love to those people. Say, keep your head up high, and tell them whatever direction that you're moving to next is the direction that was meant for you, man. So hopefully it's a positive.
Yeah, no doubt.
Anything that you want to add on as far as the unemployment and everything, as far as from Microsoft that we haven't?
I mean, this isn't abnormal for any industry. Just so happens that the tech industry, because of its growth over the past decade,
I mean,
but
the thousands of people is crazy.
But especially, but that's what happens, right? No, I get that. I do get that still, right? Obviously, but that's what happens because of the growth, the exponential growth in the tech industry over the past decade, for sure. And then on top of it, the pandemic growth, right? Where they overestimated, or they didn't overestimate, but they had to hire because so many people were using tech in different locations that they needed to staff up. But that was never going to be a permanent thing. They would have loved to have been, but it wasn't going to be, because obviously the simple fact was that people were going to get back to normal life at some point. So yeah, it's awful. It is awful. It happens everywhere, and it's shitty, and nobody wants to lose their jobs. I've been there, right? I've said this before. I've been on both ends, right? I've been the person being laid off, and I've had to be the person to lay off people. Okay, so I've been on both ends. It is shit. It sucks. And I do feel for everybody. It's just like, you have to nowadays, no matter what. This isn't the old days. Pretty much no matter what industry you're in, this isn't the old days where you picked a job and you spent 25 to 35 years at that job and retired underneath the same damn company. It just doesn't work that way anymore. And so you always got to be ready for these moments, right? Especially if you're working for a large corporation that is shareholder driven, you 100% got to be ready. And it sucks and it's shitty. And the tech industry now is bloated. And obviously that means the unemployment lines are also bloated for that industry, which means you are fighting thousands of other people for a job when you have to go look, right? So keep that resume up. Again, like Steele said, feel for the people, obviously, all the time. Nobody wants to go through that shit. Nobody. Especially when you got family. There's just nothing like it. It is one of the worst feelings in the world. But hopefully you all find jobs. Hopefully you can all, if you got to switch lanes, do what you got to do. But yeah, it's shitty, man. It sucks. But this is where shareholder-driven corporations are now. I've said it a billion times. I'll say it a billion times again. I will never, ever agree with this shit or passing it on to the consumers with price increases when you come out and talk about record profits or talk about record revenue quarter after quarter after quarter after quarter.
I mean, it makes sense when we talk about it, but
of course,
it's
business-wise, yes, because that's what drives your share price. Right. And your share price doesn't stay the same even if you hit the same numbers year after year because the shareholders expect you to do more the following quarter. That's how it works, and that's capitalism. So it is what it is. But yeah, I do feel for all the people. Obviously, I don't think anybody expected this number from Microsoft directly. I hadn't heard anything. We've been hearing for a long time that the cuts were going to continue, and this wasn't just in the video game side. This was across all of Microsoft, so it's not just the gaming sector. But tech industry as a whole, this is what they're doing right now, and I expect some of the other big tech companies will be doing the same too, to some degree. There will be more cuts as we go forward here. So shitty. AI is going to cost more too. Again, AI is going to cost more, so you can expect more layoffs in tech as AI keeps ramping up. So as they find more ways to replace people with AI, it's going to happen. Yeah. Yep.
So, learn how to grow with it. It's becoming a tool. As it should. I mean, I think it's good at being a tool. Still needs control. Still needs control. Put it back. But put it back. As a person, I tell y'all, start using ChatGPT, start getting familiar, whichever one you want to use. Start getting familiar.
Speaking of Steel, did you see Darth Vader in Fortnite?
I saw something along the lines of maybe this is what you're speaking to. Darth Vader not acknowledging Goku.
Okay, they created a Darth Vader companion for you in Fortnite. That's AI, and they worked with James Earl Jones' family.
Okay,
to make it his voice through AI generation. Right. Okay. So they worked with his family. His family approved. Way, yeah. Okay. But it is AI. So they've got Darth Vader saying all types of shit now because it's AI, bro. So it can convince. It is freaking hilarious. The clips are absolutely because it's James Earl Jones' voice, and it sounds like Darth Vader, but he's talking about some crazy. Like people are asking about Darth if he's got the Riz, if he's going to Riz people up.
I gotta hear
and that. And Darth is asking, you gotta go listen to it. But yeah, they got him saying swear words already. They got him saying crazy shit already, of course, because people have learned right away how to do this. So, but that is pretty nuts. And again, that's just a little taste of actual in-game AI use that we've talked about that I am looking forward to.
That's proper use. I can, yeah.
Setting it up. And again, they went to his family. They were obviously paid for his voice to use it again. And the family, signed off on it. So that was also a good part of this, that they weren't trying to do, some shady shit like Bungie, and just use James Earl Jones' voice through AI and not notify the family. So it was all approved. But yeah, it is pretty crazy. That's what we've been talking about, those Steel AI come down the road and actually improving gameplay. Yeah. NPCs can interact with you in a realistic, lifelike way. So I can't wait for that.
Yeah, Jesse James's AI has almost perfected voices, music, and images. Video is getting better rapidly. That's why putting your personal print on things or being very protective of the stuff that you can put security on is going to be important, because there's going to be people who are going to be able to try to replicate you, do things under your name, and you're going to want protections in place. When I know a lot of people find two-factor annoying. Put two-factor on your account. There's a reason for it. people who spend a lot of money in investing and developing for it, make sure that you are protecting your stuff. So Vandal says James Earl Jones made a deal for his voice before he died, leaving his family millions for generations. Hey, if it works for them, you know, it does start to open up the conversation of like what they would have wanted when he passed, but I don't know. I don't know James in real life, so I don't know what he would have wanted. But yeah, as long as the family's compensated, man. And again, it's also like, how do you put a dollar value to that? What is the amount that you would put on a company like Epic, allowing them to use his voice, or Disney even more so? So Nixie says, I can see Still and Paul taking a Saturday off and having AI replace them. I don't think AI could do what we do.
We can't replace. We can't be replaced.
I don't think that they can. You would still have to play games. And I don't think AI. I don't know. So some people put the game on story mode. People put South of Midnight. Played South of Midnight and skipped every combat scenario because it's an accessibility option in that game.
Well, remember, Sony's got the patent for having AI play the game for you. So
I forgot Sony was doing that. As well.
Yeah.
Having the patent for the game to play for you.
Yes.
What is the point? Why? Again, if you want to watch a movie, it's go watch a movie, bro. Like, there's plenty of them out there. I got a lot of catching up. Don't worry.
Both 3-Bit and Fun, by the way, said that this is their favorite Doom too.
Hey, y'all like Doom as well.
More of those Fun Spec family agreeing. Yeah.
Hey, maybe we're just too casual. We're Doom casuals. We're playing Doom since the beginning, but we're casuals.
That's cool.
There you go.
I admit that shit.
Whatever. Whatever. Play it 1v1 me, bro. How about that?
1v1 me.
1v1 me, bro. All right. I think the best next place to get into, mentioning a little bit of Sony there, is going to be jumping into Sony considers PlayStation 5 hike to cover Trump's tariffs. This has been a conversation this week once again. With the news of PlayStation, they had their what was it, the end of year, isn't it?
I don't know. It was one of their, I don't even know what it was. So I don't think it was end of year. It was one of their quarter. It might have been one of their quarterlies. I
think it was a quarterly announcement or whatever, a quarterly update, whichever. Anyway.
Yeah.
They had some additional information that came out, essentially giving some look into their strategies so far, how they're doing in the market and everything. We're going to start it off with this article here, getting into Sony just announced its financial forecast. That's what it was. Financial forecast. Excuse me.
Okay.
Thought they put a different term to it, but that was it. So this is going to be done. This article was done by Dominic Preston from The Verge. Again, as we do, take everything with a grain of salt, or for what it is. It's information, and we'll continue the conversation from there. So Sony just announced its financial forecast for the next year, and it's expecting to be impacted by tariffs to the tune of 100 billion yen, about $680 million. To compensate, the company says it's considering options, including moving manufacturing to the U.S. and increasing prices for the consumers. Speaking to investors during the company's earnings call, Sony CFO Lin Tao confirmed that the company is considering passing on the price of tariffs to consumers in order to mitigate the impact on its bottom line. Tao didn't mention the PS5 by name, though, and it's possible that Sony could try to protect pricing on its console through increases elsewhere in its electronic business. Sony has already increased the price of the PS5 this year, which people seemingly forgot, but only in the UK, Europe, Australia, and New Zealand. The PS5 didn't get a call out from CEO Hiroki Tsuki when discussing the possibility of moving manufacturing to, well, it said did get a call out, excuse me, not didn't, about moving manufacturing to the U.S. to avoid the brunt of Donald Trump's tariffs. He admitted that the console can be produced locally and that it would be an efficient strategy that has to be considered going forward. They go on to say, as expected, this is from Destin, as expected, Sony is considering passing, as it just opens up an entire article there. Sony's considering passing along the tariff impact by increasing the price of their products. I don't believe any of this is in English, so keep it as is. Oh, no, it is. We won't bring that up because we'll just get into what they're talking about anyway. They go in additionally to say, over the 12 months ending in March, Sony shipped 18.5 million PS5 consoles, down slightly from the 20.8 million the year before, bringing its lifetime shipments to 77.7 million. Sony still manufactures the majority of its PS5 hardware in China, and so its gaming business is especially at risk right now. Even the 90-day pause in reduction in rates announced this week, the 30% tariff on imports into the US from China is substantially higher than the 10% rate levied on other countries. And games consoles were not included in this exemption for select other electronics. Microsoft has already raised the prices of its Xbox consoles up to $100, up an additional $100, though Nintendo has far elected to keep the Switch 2 pricing the same ahead of its launch next month. We may learn more about Sony's pricing plans going forward when it announces its flagship headphones tomorrow, which should succeed the $399 price point. The additional information I could bring up here as well, this is coming from Genki, shout out to Genki Japan. Says Sony PlayStation for the year 2024 Q4 financial results. So this is the financial results for quarter 4. PS5 units sold is 2.8 million, up to the 18.5. Then lifetime is 77.7. Software sales units 76.1 million. First party software units is 5.9 million. Digital download ratio 80 to 20%. There is an 80% digital in the favor of digital downloads over physical copies. This number on all fronts is continuing to climb. And it's definitely been consistent. So, and then they also say monthly active users is 124 million. It doesn't include it in here, but I believe that is 4 million down from their previous monthly active users, which is 128 million. Pong, what do you take from this information? I have a couple other things too that I can add on if you would like. That goes into Lin Tao also saying that they've stocked 3 months worth of PlayStation 5s in the US. The stockpiling strategic inventory in the US, adjusting product shipment allocations on a global basis, raising marketing prices on certain products with an eye on the market situation, which that article kind of got into as well. Then before selling units was the focus, but now management is focusing on engagement in monthly active users, leading to profitability. Financial discipline within the first party studios. This is extremely telling. This is something that we've kind of touched on off and on. Hiroki Totoki said some things that, hey, these guys are creative, but they don't know business. Her making this statement is interesting. They go on to say, in the past, there were various issues. We are still halfway, but I think the mindset has changed significantly. We also got news of Jade Raymond, who was over Fair Games. Their studios changed their name and took the $sign off of the end of Fair Games where the S was and just changed it to a regular S. And Jade Raymond no longer is at that studio. So some additional things happening behind the scenes. No real clarity to why or what's happening or anything like that. But is Fair Games also in trouble, right? They were working on what was it, like a Payday-like game. We don't know. That's all we know. That's all people can kind of grasp from it, kind of grasping at straws, as we've seen no gameplay from it. But there's been some declines in some areas. Hardware sales are doing great. But when you have the CFO, your financial officer, coming out there and saying, hey, we're focused on engagement among active users now. Pong, what are you pulling from this information, and what'd you get this week? I know you haven't had a real chance to discuss some of this stuff, but how you feeling, man? Has this spoke to anything that we've spoke about recently? Maybe the vision that we have been kind of carving out as what Xbox has been doing and why they chose to go this direction? What do you think?
No.
Feels like Sony. The prophet? This isn't the prophet talking? This is
Sony. Sony's been saying this shit for years. You can go back and find the interviews. Again, like, until they change their strategy, until I see day one on PC, Okay, until I see day one, I can't believe they don't have their launcher out. Personally, I am shocked by that.
Yeah, that's kind of.
I thought we would have seen their PC launcher by now. Until I see PC go day and date, again, none of this means anything, because to me, this is just a personal opinion always, right? Sony's is still extremely successful. Those numbers are still extremely good. They don't care. They're not in the same ballpark as what Xbox is trying to do, and they're not in the same ballpark as what Nintendo's doing. So they're in their own playing field. And like I said, do I believe that they are obviously adapting and shifting and evolving their own? Yes, I do. But I've said all along, it's going to take them a lot longer than Xbox. And so for me, I don't see any signs that they're doing anything different other than reversing Jim's games as a service initiative, right? Completely reversing that course. And again, for all the people out here who still claim, and there's still people out here still, honest to God, I don't know why people believe, and you all that say this shit are in no different boat than us. So you all can gatekeep all you want and talk about how people who don't know anything shouldn't be talking about this stuff or speculating or throwing out BS. You all are throwing out BS too, because none of you are in these boardrooms directly with Sony in any way, shape, or form. So I'm sick and tired of that bullshit, first of all, but this is what they continue to try to do. There's still people out here saying that wasn't an initiative, that the games as a service was not pushed on their devs. Still. You got to be fucking kidding me at this point. Okay? You got to be kidding me that you just think all their first party studios, or okay, let's not say all, a good portion of all their first party studios just woke up one day and decided to start making games as a service games after being highly successful single player dev games or single player game developers. That's not what happened. Jim pushed an initiative. This is an internal initiative for games as a service, in my opinion. Say whatever you want. I'm speculating. To do what they needed to do. That is now a failed thing. Jade Raymond this week, and I love Jade to death. I hope that she gets a job. I would love to see Xbox give her a new studio. And again, people could say, what has she put out? Listen, Google, are you kidding me? Okay. Do we need to go down the Google failures, right? I still think I still think she's one hell of a lead for a studio. But anyways, she's leaving because they had supposedly an external testing of Fair Games, and word is it wasn't looking good. And obviously, when we say that about Sony right now after Concord, they're going to be really gun shy on anything that isn't standing out. But like we said from the beginning when we first heard about Fair Games, bro, here we go again. Extraction shooter. What are you guys trying to do? Like, this is not what are we going for here? What are you going to do? What are you going to do different to jump into this? And then we saw nothing after that initial trailer steal, right? We saw nothing. There was no gameplay. No, what are you going to do to separate yourselves? Like we've talked about, you have to do in extraction shooters. What are you going to do to separate yourselves? Right? You're making a payday kind of maybe payday thing where you're okay. So you're going after the rich, screw the rich, you'll raid the rich. Is that what this is going to be? Like, okay, that's been played out. Nobody cares about that shit. Then you got the finals that drops, right? From Embark, and the finals has a really sweet ass loop that people fall in love with out of the blue.
Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden Fair Games goes deathly quiet, which is fine. Again, you don't have to show anything. Get to work. But this is from a brand new studio. And now we have Jade leaving. Obviously, they saw what they saw from Fair Games. Obviously, it's not looking promising. I would not doubt that we don't get an announcement down the road that Fair Games is either reversing course and switching to a different style game, or they're going to restart development, or that they're going to eventually shut it down and not release it like they've done with a lot of their other games as a service. I think this is next on the chopping block for me. So this is just... When I hear that they're focused still on engagement and on monthly active users, I still think Sony has the ego to believe that their consoles is still a way forward in that department. I still believe that Sony has the ego to believe, and we've heard that they are working on a handheld now again as well, a true handheld, that they will try to increase their base through making more devices. And I don't think it necessarily includes. Now, I have said I do believe that there potentially could be a couple PlayStation games go over to Switch 2. I don't think this means they're going to Xbox. I don't think this means going third party. And until I see day-and-date PC games, in my view, Sony hasn't changed a damn thing. They're spewing the same garbage. They just believe in numbers that they think they can produce by themselves without having to lean into what Xbox is doing, which is putting their games everywhere. They're still extremely successful. They have sold 77. They're still on pace with PS4, just right below PS4 numbers. I think they're forecasted that they are planning on selling another 20 million next year at least, and that's not including GTA 6 numbers. So they are more than happy with what is happening now. We also know that they've admitted that there's financial problems and that they have to get their studios on track. That's something Hiroki said. Now she has come out and said it as well. Of course, that's why we see the great reset happening at Sony right now. And again, for anybody who claims this is not happening, I'm sorry, but this is speculation on my part and speculation on your part. I'm going to tell you your speculation is wrong. This is a great reset happening within Sony with their first-party studios.
I mean, at this point,
pure and simple, it has to be. They are going back to do what they're going to do. Sure. Would they love to find another Helldivers 2? Of course it would. Look at how great Helldivers is back over 100,000 concurrent players again. Bro, they just keep the content. Like, they know what they're doing. They would love to find another one of those. But do they believe that they have to go have their first-party studios produce 10 different games to get another Helldivers 2? No, I don't think they do. That was Jim's initiative. That's gone. That's blown out of the water. If they have somebody come along that seems like they have a really good idea, I think Sony will listen. But look at what's happening with Marathon and Bungie after that big purchase. Another one of Jim's massive mistakes for Sony. Again, Jim called the Bungie purchase better than Activision Blizzard purchase. Again, this is the end of an era. They are resetting PlayStation, and I think it's going to look very similar to what the old PlayStation that we know of from the end of the PS3 generation through the PS4 generation. We're going to get back to that. However, I do believe they're going to get to smaller projects. These games aren't going to be as big as they once were. And I think they're going to have smaller teams and they're going to start readjusting that way versus we're going to try something brand new. We're going to put our games everywhere. I know everybody wants that to happen. I want it to happen. It'd be great. But I don't think Sony's ready to do that yet. So that's where I'm at with all this right now.
I seeing them come out and blatantly state that they are changing their focus and their what they want attention to, I think is extremely telling. I mean, already I'm on the back foot as far as things with Sony, and I believe that there's just more and more evidence that is coming up to the forefront that I don't think that anybody at PlayStation currently understands or knows the direction that they need to move forward in. If they want to continue to do things the way that they always have, mind you, they already aren't because they're releasing games on PC. Doesn't matter if it's a year later, 2 years later, whatever the case may be. You're crazy to think that anybody is crazy to think that timeline is not going to be a focus for them to shorten for it to be day and date. It only makes sense financially. The way that things are being developed, it's like things go hand in hand with each other. I do think that other than Helldivers 2, and Helldivers 2 will stand on its own, regardless of how I feel about the game, it being bland, not enough for me, not my experience, not the experience that I'm looking for. Again, it's a me thing. The people have spoken. There are people that are actively playing. There are tons of games wish that they can have 100K people that are within their ecosystem on a consistent basis. Shit, even 50K, right? 10K maybe even people would love to have that. Good examples of on both sides. I am finding it harder and harder to believe in PlayStation as a business moving forward, mainly because they still have refused to show us what their future looks like, tease it, put it on the forefront, or whatever the case. And we have seen more delays and closures of studios or games not being put out than we have of actually titles that are our first party IP in development and are coming around the corner. I think that that's extremely telling as well. And I don't see you selling all the consoles in the world. I don't see how the parallels are drawn to you getting those people into your ecosystem and keeping people engaged for the type of style of games that you all develop, right? You're relying more so on second and third party games. And I think it does lead more so into, we are leading a more generation that is going to be more ecosystem war based, and your hardware is going to have to do more things than, or be of more of a viable product than just have A game on there so you can play on B hardware. You're going to have to offer more than that. I think a one positive direction is them moving into the live service aspect of it. I think that they supremely undervalued themselves by not doubling their ducats down, reevaluating themselves 5 years ago when Factions was in development, as an example, when the Bungie deal came on board, where they didn't pull more back and say, hey, there is nothing like this on the market. Let's focus on this. Let's refine it down. Let's put it out there. Let's start seeing a return on it, because we know that there's nothing else that is out there like it. Again, you got to foster a base. You got to dive into the kiddie pool at some point. You got to dive into the deep end at some point, depending on whichever level. Hey, you scared of water? Jump into the kiddie pool. You're not scared of water? Get up to 3 feet, jump into 5, 6, 7 feet, 10 feet. Get real neck deep in that. I'm not the dude to have the exclusive conversations with. I'm finding that more and more blatantly clear. Right? Yes. Do I appreciate Xbox more so out of any of the people that are currently making games? Yes, because of what the value that they have continued to show me for my dollar. Right? Point blank period. It's not even close. I have an ecosystem here. I've got the library here, the saves, everything. It's just, there's so many things, again, on the ecosystem level that speak out to me that will always keep me in this service, or have me paying attention to what Xbox is doing. I don't mind the play that they're making. A lot of people feel like, again, they're being undervalued, and PlayStation has more of a value on a hardware standpoint. Again, I'm finding ways, if games are the reason, I am finding it hard to believe that is what you were going to continue to stand behind. Because you got good games over here. Xbox is telling you to play it wherever you want to. These games aren't coming to PlayStation day and day. Not all of them. You're having to wait 6 months to a year later. And it is being proven that, hey, more people are willing to buy games on their preferred hardware than ever before. You've seen the sales of Forza, you've seen the sales of these games. Second and third party is driving PlayStation and their hardware, not their own games currently. And I don't think that their own games even have withstood enough of a sachet, for lack of a better way to put it. I don't think Astrobot sells you 77 million copies of a console, or 77 million hardware. It sold 2 million copies. It's not even 10%.
No, but the idea and the idea still does. And that's where I think
I don't. But I think even at that point, the idea couldn't have. Because there were certain metrics that just, when you have games that are supposed to be your standouts, especially with games that win Game of the Year, as an example, unless Game of the Year,
it's a popularity contest. It's a popularity contest.
But if it's a popularity contest, everybody should have bought Astro. If it's a popularity contest, everybody should have bought Last of Us.
No. They all bought the PlayStation.
These are the games.
They all bought the PlayStation.
But it's about more than the console, though.
Not for that. And not for Nintendo, not for Sony,
people said
not
it
for
always
Nintendo.
Came down to the games, though. Where the games?
Bro, that's for this, not for the masses, not for the majority of the people who bought those 77 million PlayStations. It's for the popularity. It's to say I own a PlayStation.
It's not for games. Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. It's not.
You already know. We already know that. We are the 3%. We are the 3% who buy. Man. Crazy. More than 2 to 3 games a year. We are the 3% steal.
It's crazy.
I understand that because you're listening to the other
conversation doesn't need to happen. Crazy.
Rack. But again, that's all it's about. So the idea of Astrobot, the idea of what they put out, again, you guys know how I feel about this shit, but I'm taking this stance with Steel because it is a part of the conversation as to why all these stats that we're laying out there, right? All the reasons why, right? We've said for years, right? That Sony, obviously, what's going on, don't matter at the end of the day to Sony Corporation. And that's what I'm talking about. Sony Corp still has the ego, and because they still have that old school mentality in some ways, not in every way, but in some ways, they still have that old school mentality that we are popular. We are not going to dilute our brand by putting our stuff everywhere, even if that meant more game sales. I still think that that's a part of their whole entire plan and actual way that they do business. And I think it drives their decision making. But not the way, but not to the speed that we think it is or would like it to do. This we're talking about 2 more generations, Steel. Maybe.
Oh, at least. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the rest of this generation and next generation. They're going to do the same thing.
I think we'll know for sure in the next 5 years.
PlayStation 6 are going to do the exact same thing. The only thing that I do see changing, and like I said, I will, I'll be more on board once I see PC day and date, because then the floodgates open. Because then at that point, you're over the hill and you're on the downward slope and you're on that slippery slope. And once you do that and they get a taste of that money from day and date PC games, then I don't think there's any going back.
They're doing it with live service games, though.
Right, but they look at them completely different, Steel. They flat out said that from the beginning. That looks at it completely different than they do their single player.
But that contradicts it already.
But it doesn't for that. That's the point I'm bringing. That's why I'm bringing this conversation this way. That's why I'm bringing this because that's how they view this. That's why all their conversation. That's why none of this shit phases me. Like, oh, they're on the tipping point. It's all coming to Xbox. I saw those posts too. It's all coming to Xbox next year. It's all coming. It's all coming. They're all.
It'll be on PC before it comes to Xbox.
Fuck they are. Yeah, right. Until I see day and date PC, then we're not even close to this shit coming on Xbox. We're not even close. Like I said, we will see it on Switch 2. If they can, before we see it on Xbox ever. Yeah, again, they will hold that mentality for at least another generation. The rest of this generation and another generation. In my opinion, again, I get completely wrong. I've been wrong about plenty of shit. I just don't see this as a moving point. I don't see this as a big domino falling. Like I don't, because we've heard this.
Oh, no, it's not a domino falling. It's definitely not a domino falling. Anybody that's being dramatic in that way is kind of crazy. For me, and the only perspective that I have on it is just the curtain being further pulled back and forcing people to see that the industry is not doing it the old way. And there's not going to be continued success in doing things the old way. Mm-hmm. Something is changing. I don't know what the answer is. Xbox says they have an answer. PlayStation, I don't know. They haven't said a fucking answer. They're just doing shit. I mean, you see games coming into their PlayStation, into PlayStation Now, whatever it's called, into their PlayStation program, and that are decent games, right? I've seen more decent looking titles that are dropping into there. Obviously, they see that there's some form of a value to be had there. I'm not saying that the answer has to be the answer to everything, but something ain't that. Something is. You are not going the same route that you traditionally had because you have to change directions. Nixie says, why would the industry do things the old way? There's always been evolution, but that's what gamers are asking for. It's for us to continue to do things the old way. That's the vocal minority of people that have these conversations. Oh, when you talk about the old exclusive conversation, this on this platform, this on the console war conversation, that's where all that is derived from. It's doing things the old way. Because at the end of the day, if everything is released on every platform, the only thing that you can argue is what publisher is making the better games. And I thought that was the original point of why you supported a platform in the first place. or why you got in that ecosystem in the first place. If PlayStation ends up going to PC day and date, and I play Stellar Blade 2 day one because it's available to be on PC, as somebody who owns a PC, just because it's not on a Xbox, okay, I understand what my investments are as well. But if it does come to Xbox, who are they missing out money? No. You're getting a sale that you wouldn't have traditionally got before. If you had a PlayStation, you could pull up Game Pass for $20 a month and get access to Xbox day and date games on PlayStation through Xbox Game Pass. Doesn't that tell you more about PlayStation as a company than it does anybody else? Than it does Xbox? Why is PlayStation allowing Xbox games to come to their platform if it was about the platform being exclusive or the feeling of exclusivity? That doesn't make sense. You completely null and void the point. PlayStation gamers want to play Xbox games. You know why? Because gamers want to play games, especially if they're good games, right? My only issue that I take from any of this is that, again, as a Xbox fan, as somebody who's been invested in the ecosystem, who will stand behind and speak to it because of what I have enjoyed as a consumer, I'm not saying I got the answer to everything, but there's not a comparison to be made. And Nixie was crazy. He said, still nobody wants subs. We already know this. Some do, many don't. That's great. But you know what's also fantastic? It's an option. You can still buy the games. But guess what? Why are you buying games that you don't own? I had a conversation with a dude a couple weeks ago talking about, he owned Spider-Man because he played it day one and he didn't have to update anything. Great. Don't ever update that game and you'll own it. But if they decide to put an update up that says, hey, you can no longer play Spider-Man because we did an update to the privacy terms and agreements, and there's an additional update on the system level that we have to do, and now your game becomes unplayable, you do not own your game. As you should. Nobody should ask why somebody buys a game. That doesn't make sense. Asking somebody, hey, unless you're genuinely curious because you have interest, why they bought a game is dumb. But in the same way that somebody shouldn't ask you why you bought a game, why are you asking people why they're sub to a service? It's convenient. If it's convenient for them, it works for them. It's an option. They're able to access games more in a way than they were ever to previously. Sure, you can use the argument of, if the guy only plays Call of Duty or Madden or this game or that game a year, then it's this amount is 140 and that's more than this. And if you want to break it down so far into depth, and it's already telling you that the service is not for you. But if you were somebody with kids, if you were somebody who was interested in games, if you were in the 3 to 10%, like majority of us are that are here talking and having these discussions, I'm interested in blowing the number up beyond 10%. Can we get to 20? Can we get to 50? Can I get a half of the people that are interested in games, interested in our conversations as well about what's happening on the industry, so these people can actually tell these companies that we need to hold their feet to the fire so we get a better developed product? So that we can
AI Darth Vader,
have
bro.
Ownership.
Bro, we got AI Darth Vader, bro. We're good.
So because we got AI Darth Vader, nothing else matters. Y'all are cool with everything. Like that's what doesn't make sense. Like we're not speaking for or towards the right things. It feels like to me sometimes.
Well, it's just because we're just a small percentage of a much bigger bubble. That's all.
And look,
that's all.
I get having
that big
the fun.
bubble. Just don't give a shit.
I get having the fun, your console wars, all that stuff. But I'm telling y'all, the generation behind Paul's generation already stopped giving a fuck about that. Now, again, because of brand loyalty, things get passed down to generation. You see what brand loyalty does for a company. And I hope that PlayStation continues to find a direction for them to move forward. But you have to start releasing more games. Or have they broke the stratosphere where it just doesn't matter until they truly deliver? Well, until they truly don't deliver anything, I think they could be given a couple year pass as long as Xbox is delivering games on their platform, which again does play into Pong's point. Hey, if Xbox was releasing everything everywhere but PlayStation, where would PlayStation be right now? In that, I do think it's an interesting conversation. Everywhere but PlayStation. Now, that's not the direction they're going, because obviously PlayStation players want to play Xbox games. Obviously,
bro.
But for a lack of a better way to put it, Phil's the old yippee-ki-yay dude. He's, he wants to bring things together. Obviously, things have changed. You throw more money into the gaming industry, you got to play a different game. And I think that's what Microsoft is doing. We can play the software war thing while still doing whatever we want with hardware, because now we have that option. Is PlayStation still going to have that option with all the consoles that they sell? Because what do you think is going to happen to PlayStation 6? People are going to stop buying PlayStation 5s? The price of the consoles are going up. Again, I don't know what the answer is moving forward, because I was considering buying a Series S not even 2 months ago as an additional unit for the home, for the kiddos. That same Series S has now went up $100. It makes it be kind of less considerable to want to get that device because of prices of hardware. It does not make sense to me. That's like the story of my life in my generation, it feels like. Things get more expensive, but my dollar isn't worth more. Crazy to me. Faults on a lot of different ends, but fuck, man. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know who's right, what's wrong. I know I'm getting more things than I've ever gotten before. And that feels fucking fantastic. So, someone buying a console to play a game. Shocker, yeah. They're buying a console to play Xbox games. Doesn't that sound funny? Thought you bought a PlayStation to buy PlayStation games. Oh, now that's just an additional asset. I could play a place. I really want to play Forza, so I'm going to play it on PlayStation. And I could, in 6 years from now, play the next God of War. I could also upgrade my console again. Well, I still haven't got any content for it. That's what I could do. Anyway. Anything else that you want to add on, Paul? I'm just over here being funny. Nothing. Death. Paul just looking at the screen. Can Paul not hear me? Hello? Did you die, Paul? I guess Paul can't hear me? Yeah. I said Paul several times. That was crazy. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Could you not hear me the entire time?
No, bro.
What? I was talking the entire time.
I mean, I could hear you, but then I thought something happened to the screen. That's why I started looking. I was like, wait, what happened? Because I heard you stop. But I couldn't hear. I couldn't hear. I didn't hear. I heard it cut off, and I was like, oh, I thought you were looking something up or something like that. Okay.
No, I said I just went into it. I was like, Paul, was there? Because I fed rap.
No,
I was like, Paul, is there?
No, I didn't hear. I didn't hear any of that shit whatsoever. Oh, sorry about that. I don't know what the hell happened because then I couldn't hear you when I saw your voice. Okay. Anyways, sorry, folks. That's great, man. Anyways, no, from I don't know if I missed anything there, but I don't think I did because it was a very short time period that I didn't hear anything from you. No, I mean, listen. At the end of the day, the industry is going to evolve. things are always going to change. Like I said, after 4 decades of watching this industry, ups and downs and everything in between, watching people come and go, companies come and go. That's the fascinating part. Is that this industry never stays the same. And we potentially could see a contraction to the point where we see more companies go out. And if we see a contraction and maybe the video industry, loses some consumers, and kind of shrinks, then things could drastically change for Sony on a dime. And maybe they do have to consider Xbox's way of thinking right now more so than they are. I just think this is going to be a very slow transition for Sony. Do I think eventually it happens? Yes, because I think eventually tech makes it so. Because without the box, when it becomes unnecessary for the box at the end of the day, no matter what are you going to do? If boxes are no longer necessary, whatever that is, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years from now, what are you going to do? Then everybody is going to be a publisher. So it doesn't matter at that point. So I just think that Sony's leadership, even if they've realized that they have to do things differently, that their studios don't know business, as Hiroki said, as they realize that they can't have, $300, $400, $500 million budgets on their single player games and sell 10 million copies. That's just not sustainable, or 15 million copies. It's just not sustainable. As much as they realize all that, I still think that they have the ego and the drive with the numbers that they are seeing, the popularity of their brand, to continue to try to do things their way on their terms and not flip that switch. And I think especially when it comes to the Xbox. And I think Xbox will be the last place that Sony starts to put their games. Like, had we seen, even if we had seen Steel, because what would make the most sense right now? If you just were to say, okay, Sony's going to put something on Xbox, what would make the most sense if they were going to try this? Would be Helldivers 2. Why is it not on Xbox by now?
I mean,
they know the
Xbox fan, why they pulled away.
They know the Xbox fan base would have freaking supported that game. They know the Xbox fan base loves multiplayer. They know that there would have been people that would have bought that game. It's not a full-fledged first-party game. It's a second-party game that they made a deal for. And they still haven't done it. And to me, that's weird. Like, if they were going to do something, again, it's not surprising because, again, I didn't expect them to do it. I wasn't in the camp thinking that they were going to put Helldivers 2 over here. But my point being is, if you were going to see some kind of change from Sony in that direction, specifically Xbox's direction, I think they would have done Helldivers 2. And I think that would have been the perfect test for it, is to have that happen. Now, could it still happen? Of course it could. It could happen at any time. They could announce it next week that it's coming. I don't know. I'm just saying, up to this point, I would have thought that it would have been announced by now and they would test it out to see how it goes. And the other point, Steel, as far as PlayStation, we're now being told, and again, I'm being sarcastic here, but I'm just telling you what's being said from the enthusiasts out here, Steel, from the 1%ers, from the gatekeepers, is that 1 million, 1.5 million, 2 million copies sold of a 6-year-old game in Forza Horizon is not good. That's not great sales. That's not setting the world on fire. That's no
first
big deal.
month?
Yeah, it's no big deal, Steel. It's
They
not that
sold
great.
it at full price.
Yeah, but it's just not that big a deal, Steel. It doesn't show that PlayStation gamers want those games.
Get this.
I'm telling you,
people have hit on this nail a little bit.
Yeah,
people bought a game that was already out, ordered early access to play it on their console.
Yeah, but those sales numbers don't show shit. They were good for Astrobot, but they're not for a 6-year-old Xbox game, 5-year-old Xbox game. I'm just letting you know how people look at this shit. Sea of Thieves, it was okay. 2 million copies sold, not a big deal.
Hey, to each your own.
I mean, listen, but this is the kind of attitude that the 1% have it. But I just think that I think Sony is evolving. I think things are changing, obviously. The PC side of things, they've gotten shorter and shorter in between. It'll be interesting to watch Ghost of Yotai. I do believe that they are betting big on GTA 6 to Steel, moving the rest of that PlayStation 4 base onto PlayStation 5. And I think that they're hoping that that is going to be a giant hit. Even if all those players just buy GTA 6, they seeing that bump in monthly active users to their PlayStation 5 side of things, I think is what they're hoping for from a third party. Yes, relying on a third party, a unicorn to do it, but I think that's what they want to wait and see. And I just, like I said, the only thing I'm surprised by is no mention of a PC launcher that we know they've been working on. That's my only surprise, because I said they will go day and date on PC when they get their own launcher. They will do what everybody else has tried to do, take Steam on, because they think their exclusives are worth it. They will put out their PC launcher and they will put the game specifically, exclusively into their own PC launcher to take 100% of the profits day and date. That's how you will get day and date PlayStation games. And I've said all along, if they do that, great. They will fail, and they will have to admit and bend the knee to Sony, to Steam again. And I think that that's potentially when we start seeing day and date, no matter what, on PC from Sony. Because once they try it on their own launcher, I think, again, you're on the other side of the slippery slope. I don't think you go backwards. I think you just eat crow and say, well, we tried our own launcher. We tried to make it a thing. There wasn't enough people to support it. We're just going to start putting our games on Steam and everywhere on PC, day and date, including our own launcher. If you want to buy it through Sony, great. But I just think that that's eventually what will happen. But we'll wait and see. Again, lot between here and PlayStation 6 launching and what could change, for sure. So,
and I get y'all having a conversation in here, but Chris pulls out, Chris Coleman, shout out to you, Chris. He says, the box is always necessary, or do you think people are going to want to rent all their games to stream their games? You think PC is going to take over somehow? No hardware future is nonsense. I don't agree with the no hardware future. I think there is going to be hardware regardless. I mean, again, if I'm able to absolve myself to not be dependent or reliant on selling hardware, that allows me to be a little bit more versatile and put my games in other places so that I can sell more games. Their controllers sell like crazy. If they continue to innovate on that aspect of it, controllers aren't going to go aren't going to get much better. And Xbox has solidified itself as being the scientifically proven better controller to use for gamers. It's the more comfortable controller, most reliable controllers. These are things that have been scientifically proven. You can have your own preference. The research has been done. So it's not like, oh, they don't have other things that, bro, the games are just as much, the controllers are just as much as a game. $70 for a controller? Do you think they're worried about selling hardware? A box to you? Sure, we'll make you a box, don't worry. You'll be able to play whatever game that you want to play at the ease of access, and that's what you should be asking for. That is what I want from Xbox. I want them to continue to innovate. More than what we're getting right now, and it's been confirmed now that the next Xbox is going to be an ARM chip. It's going to have an ARM chip in it. Guess what?
Confirmed.
Well, it's all but confirmed. I guess I should say, excuse me. at this point.
I mean, they're hiring for
at least people who are aware of tech.
Yeah.
Is that's what they're saying. So, with that being in consideration, if they're truly going in this direction of making things more PC-like, making one version of a game and it be scalable to whatever platform it needs to be on, I do see that as being the future. We can't continue to have conversation about how expensive everything is, it's games are, they're just, you should be grateful they're even made. I think there's other answers and that are right in front of us, that are blatant, that we're going to end up seeing come up sooner than later. Invest in whatever you believe in. Continue to. But, that's my RTS view on it. So, shout out to
I just say that eventually you got to look at tech. Where's your Netflix box? How many cars come with CD players nowadays? Again, I just think eventually the tech's going to catch up. And I think eventually, sure, is there going to have to be some type of receiver? Who's to say the chips aren't inside the TVs? I think just at some point, every developer is going to make one version of the game and it's going to go across all devices. Right? So at that point, why would you limit yourself? That's, I guess, what I'm coming down to. Like I said, I don't think it's going to happen next generation. That's why I think Xbox is trying to start that trend, because that's what they've been pushing. And I think that's what they're going to try to do with their tech side of things. But obviously, I don't think Nintendo is going to give up what they do. Well, of course not. They're going to continue to try to hold on to that. I just think eventually, that's why I said 5, 10, 15, 20 years, whatever it is, I think we do get to the point where the boxes aren't really important because every device will be able to play every single game. And then at that point, what does it matter? Like I said, you're all going to be third-party publishers, right? Maybe not. Maybe tech never catches up. Maybe nothing happens, or maybe it explodes in a completely different direction. Maybe quantum computing takes us to a whole new realm, and games become complete reality, and we just jack in through our head. But again,
GeForce Now is showing you the future is viable.
Right. And
there's more and more people see
and that's what I'm saying. People.
All we
have to do is go down the line of physical media and the stuff that has disappeared. And it just happens whether we like it or we don't like it. It's happened. Again, people don't buy CDs. People don't buy DVDs the way they used to. Yes, there are still people that obviously do. And you could still go buy a Blu-ray player. You could still go do that.
People are buying records
of
again.
course.
So, yeah.
But not to the degree they used to.
Oh, no.
Right? So I just think that games, while they are different, they're delivered different right now. They are different experience, right? For reasons. I think that as tech progresses, those barriers to entry as far as the box goes and what's required for games to be able to be played across all I think that starts to disappear more and more as we've seen it. And I think it becomes less and less viable to be an exclusive developer of games. Yes, you will still have your PlayStation store where people go buy their games, but I think it's not going to matter where people play them at some point. Like I said, it's not happening next gen. It's not the case. I just think down the road, I think that's where we're going to be. But I do understand the argument. I don't mind if we continue to have boxes. I love boxes. So I'm not the streaming guy.
Again, to your point, unless we see a drastic change in technology, maybe that will cause that drastic change to happen. GeForce Now, again, is an option. It does show a way, not saying that it is the way.
Right.
But when you're telling people, especially if they have interest, they can afford it, that you can pay a little over $20 a month and you can access brand new games at 4K quality, in the input latency, especially for single player games, is bearable enough to, I see people that actually they get involved in the experience. I know David Jaffe used to speak to it all the time. Speaking of Jeff, I haven't seen him make content in a while. Neither here or there. I know it was weighing on him. He was too, for somebody that's so strong, man. He got way too deep into it. As far as being able to balance it, maybe it's the salesman mentality of me, where I just a lot of this industry, we could blow up and it's not going to, ooh, people are saying negative, people don't agree with me in Pong, I'm going to go cry to sleep. I don't care. Or people will be like, oh, he said something misogynist. No, you should probably go check it out. I'm not going to defend. I'm going to say what I say and leave it at that. We're pretty good about admitting mistakes and stuff like that, and being open-minded and things. So we don't have those issues.
Yeah, call me out. I don't give a shit. Yeah.
We don't have those types of issues, so it is what it is. But like Ron said, 4K tier, $19.99, 4K, 60 frames. You can play a game on PC quality, directly to your TV. It's hard to be mad. You can get the NVIDIA. I forgot what their box is called. It's $200 right now. You'll get one on Amazon. Yeah, the NVIDIA Shield, $200. You can get access to your Steam library. Whatever games end up on GeForce Now, hook it up to your TV. I was considering doing it because apparently it's one of the easiest way to stream your PC to wherever you are in the house. Oh, that's an easy solution. And it's apparently it's one of the best forms as far as input latency goes. What? I wouldn't say I'd be playing PvP out there, but get some single player action in. Be a good time. Options, man. Super dope to see. And now I think this is one of you guys. I think Pong was the most excited to get into. And it's from a former PlayStation exec. This is coming from Games Radar, apparently. Also tech.yahoo.com. It says former PlayStation exec says $70 or $80 games are a steal as long as people choose carefully how they spend their money. I don't think they should be complaining. You shouldn't be complaining, Pong. It's a steal. Why are you complaining about the price of games? It's a steal, bro. It goes on to say, it feels to me clear, like the closer we get to the Nintendo Switch 2's June launch and the apparently $80 game associated with it, the more people are fighting with themselves over what is and isn't worth it. But at least Sony veteran and previous head of PlayStation Indies, Shuhei Yoshida, is free from inner turmoil. He thinks relatively expensive, high-quality video games are unequivocally necessary. Speaking to Critical Hit Games in a video interview during the recent Gamescom Latam, Yoshida says, when you look at life in general, other products in price have increased. You know, way more than the game price. So I think it was almost too late for the video game companies to start looking at the pricing structure. I don't believe that every game has to be priced the same, Yoshida continues. Each game has a different value it provides, or the size of budget. I totally believe it is up to the publisher, or developers' self-publishing decision to price their product to value that they believe that they are bringing in. Nintendo openly shares this mindset, as current Nintendo of America product experience VP Bill Trinan told IGN in April, we just look at each individual game and we look at the content and the value of that game and then say what is the right price for the value of this entertainment. The developer elected to price its Strange Switch 2 tutorial welcome tour at $10 instead of making it free like PlayStation's comparable Astro's Playroom. Yoshida continues to say that in terms of actual price of $70 or $80 for really great games, I think it will be a steal in terms of the amount of entertainment that the top quality games bring to people compared to other forms of entertainment. As long as people choose carefully how they spend their money, he continues, I don't think they should be complaining. Paul, you shouldn't stop complaining. You shouldn't be complaining. You get to choose. You get to choose the amount of money that you're willing to spend on this game. True. So inherently, what I get from this is that you should make better decisions about the games that you purchase. That's what I get from it. That you should value your dollar. You shouldn't just buy whatever game all willy-nilly. Unless you are really in love with whatever game that you're about to spend your hard-earned money on.
Then this industry will contract.
You should stop complaining.
That's fine. Then this industry will contract. If we're going to push the price point to that point where every person has to, again, we're talking about 3%, the whales that support this industry. I'm not talking about the masses. We already know they don't buy the games that we buy. So then you're talking about the 3% that buy 5, 10, 20 games, 30 games or more a year. The whales that support the massive other part of this industry, right? The AAA space, the exclusives, the first person, the first party exclusives, and then the AA's and the indie scene. Then you will have a contraction if this is what you're going to do. Now, I am for variable pricing. Cool. I will agree with this.
Yeah.
I do like this concept. If you're going to do variable pricing, that's cool. But there's still a number that you don't, again, the $80 price point on, I don't care what, like I said, are there games I would buy? Yes. I'm not going to be a hypocrite and say I wouldn't buy these games. Of course, there are games. Again, Elder Scrolls 6, I will buy. If they came out and said $80, I will buy it. But if you're going to do that and you're going to make, and I love Shuhei, but if you're going to make people start, and as being careful with their money, then that means less money. The more the big boys charge for their AAA experiences, the less money there is for the smaller experiences. And that's the part. Again, I understand. They don't care. They care about their own pockets, right? Strauss don't care if he charges $100, $120 for GTA 6. That means somebody probably is going to be, many people will probably buy 1 or 2 less games that year because they spent more on GTA 6 if they're budgeted. He don't care about that. He got your money. That's the business. That fair and square. Big business. But that means that this industry will contract if you start going to this. So I just posted it again. It wasn't a big deal. I quickly read through the article. I just thought it was crazy that Shuhei was out here. Value is always going to be in the eye of the beholder. I will also say, as a consumer, right? You get to a price point, and then you realize after a certain point, because chances are you're going to buy a digital steal, that you can't return that game if you played it for so long.
Yep.
Again, I will make the example of The Last of Us 2. Now, again, I'm a grazer. So again, I remove myself from a lot of these conversations because I don't finish games. So to me, my value of a game is different than a lot of people's. Okay. A lot of people finish games and it matters the game all the way through. For me, I'll get to that point in a lot of games. So to me, that's not where the value is at. So it's different. But I'm going to pull myself back here and give you one example. Last of Us 2. The leaks saved me money. I was going to buy The Last of Us 2 day one. For anybody who doesn't know, Last of Us 1 is one of my GOATs. Depending on the day, ask me top 15, top 20 game all time. Love The Last of Us 1. I was automatically in on Last of Us 2.
Top 10
The
for sure.
leaks saved me. When I saw what they did to Joel, when I saw what the story was going to be, and it wasn't the story I wanted, I don't care about the fucking gameplay. Okay, for the people who always fall back on that, I love The Last of Us 1 for the gameplay or for the combat. It's great. It's fine. It's fun. It's great. Yeah, but I fell in love. It's a GOAT because of the story. So when I saw what they did or what they were going to do, I say, oh, hell no. Now, had I been in the position that Shuhei is talking about, and Last of Us 2 came out, let's say at $80 at that time, and I didn't have the leaks, and I would have gone and purchased that game, whether digital or physical, there would come a time and point where, sure, if I bought it physical, I could have traded it into GameStop, got a portion back. But let's say I bought it digital. We all know Sony's return policy on digital games.
They'll lock your
We
account.
know how shit it is. Bro, Steam is great, right? They say 10 hours, but even if you play a little bit over 10 hours, most of the time they give
it depends
on the game, right?
They'll do 3 hours.
But I'm saying, let's say I had been playing Last of Us 2, and all of a sudden I got to that point. And let's say it took me, because I play games differently than most people, let's say it took me 15, 20 hours to get to that point, right? 10 hours, but let's just say above 10 hours. But let's just say I tried to return it for the Sony store. My account probably would have gotten locked. So I don't have the freedom to go back. So that value that he's talking about, again, that's a bigger risk on my part as well as a consumer. Just like it's a bigger risk on these companies' parts to make these $300, $400 million games. It's a bigger risk on my part the more you jack up your value. That's why I said when we heard about the $80 games, is that that's going to make people's decisions. We're going to expect a lot more from U.S. companies. I don't want to hear about the patches. I don't want to hear about the jank. I don't want to hear about any of this stuff coming from you guys if this is what you're going to start charging. And I think more people steal. Not only will there be less money for the smaller games as you guys continue to go forward with this shit, but then you're also going to have a point where people start holding off on day one buying your games. And you're going to see the day one and the pre-sales start to drop at some point. Now, where that is, I don't know. Because again, I've talked about it as well. You're never going to get millions of gamers to stand up all at one time and say, nope, we're not going to pay this. I'm not buying this game. We will all tell you how we feel about our wallet at the same time. It's never going to fucking happen, bro. Okay, but there will be a point where that does start to happen with enough numbers of people that they do see that in their initial pre-sale and sales, first week sales numbers, which will affect share prices. That's when they will start to think about this, right? Because those numbers do affect. And I think you're going to see that more and more as people wait on sales. People wait and hold out. People wait to see what the game is actually about still, or if it is a sequel. If it's a sequel that they wanted, like how does that play out? Like The Last of Us 2. Is the story what I wanted it to be? I think more and more people will start making that choice because, again, you can't get your money back if you don't like it. Or if you do get your money back, sometimes it's an issue. And you get your account suspended, as PlayStation likes to do when you request a refund. Or it's just a hassle to do that. So I think that those decisions are going to become harder and harder for the consumers as well. I think Shuhei, it's easy for him to say this. It's easy for all of them to say this. They don't need to charge this kind of money. Again, what's $80? Why not $100 then? Why not $120 steel? If you're going to judge it based upon hours played, if you're going to judge it based upon the hours that like he is saying
Quality.
that people get value out of, that quality, but no, you're giving people hours, potentially
Entertainment,
80.
yeah.
Well, Assassin's Creed should be $200 because people can get 80 to 100 hours out of it. I mean, yeah, if you look at it from that standpoint, somebody who plays Assassin's Creed for 100 hours, oh, they definitely got more than their value, right? As far as price point goes. Me, Starfield, even though I've done none of the main missions, but I just played a space pirate for 300 hours. Oh, hell, I got over my value for my $60. I didn't even get $60 because I bought a Game Pass, of course, but I got the premium upgrade. But I'm saying, let's say I had spent the money on Starfield. Oh, hell yeah, I would have gotten the value out of that game because I spent 300 hours of entertainment having fun in that game. So where do you draw the line? Right? That's that again, these slippery slopes that everybody's like, oh, it's not that
They
big
don't have a line because they're already charging $70 to $80 and the games aren't releasing complete as is. You can get an ultimate edition of a game for $100 and it doesn't mean that you're going to get a more updated version of the game. No,
I bought the $100 version of 2042. Battlefield 2042 broken. Right? I still had fun with the game, but I still bought that $100.
Yeah.
Okay. Right? Again, I'm not sitting here and saying that it doesn't happen or that I wouldn't do it. I'm just saying the slippery slope is to say, oh yeah, it's all cool. It's all good. Yeah, we should do that because all these games are undervalued right now. Well, okay. If you want to go down that rabbit hole, then yeah, it gets pretty nuts when you could say, well, yeah, I could play this game for hundreds of hours. So what price would I put on it? What's $2 an hour? So if I play for $200, I should spend $400 on a game because it's only $2 an hour of entertainment, right? Steel, that's cheap as hell. What does a movie cost? What's a movie cost? $15 a ticket, $20 a ticket for 2 hours? That's $10 an hour. That's $10 an hour. Bro, I'm getting a deal on these games. That's what Shuhei's basically saying here. This is why I laugh at this, and this is why I'm like, this is ridiculous. Yeah, of course. I'm paying like a quarter right now. Holy shit. The video games are fucking undervalued. They need to jack those prices, Steel. $250, bro, per experience. Let's go.
It would be one thing if the industry was perfect and we were getting perfect quality games all the time. And I don't even think gamers are asking for games to be perfect. That's what's crazy. You know what I mean?
It's not realistic per se.
It's not realistic either. I mean, everybody's going to have something to complain about, but we're just asking why did it take, it feels like a decade for us to get games that seem complete again?
Yeah.
Like, that just doesn't make sense. You rose the price up and we've gotten less of a product. And y'all are talking again, and y'all continue to talk about raising the price even more and blaming all these other things. And now you have somebody like Shuhei say like, oh, well, you should pay 70 to 80. We should have been had a raise in games.
Oh, yeah.
But again, you also, I'm going to continue to bring it up and be a cornball about it, but you still haven't told us where all your shipping costs have went to. If they've all went to production, are these people making more money? The devs, are they getting paid better? Are they getting better conditions? Or obviously not. I mean, you're just turning them into yes people. And then you're complaining when people don't want to play your game. Oh, well, gamers don't know what they want. Oh, we spent $500 million making this game, but man, gamers are just so judgy. You didn't know that art design matters? You don't realize that you are at the becking will of the consumer? And I do think that the industry does not take that in consideration. At least it feels that way. And that's why I think like when we do get these Xbox One, although they did it to a detriment, but when you have these other studios actually who are vocal and saying, hey, this is what's going on, this is why, Path of Exile being an example, a lot of people were feeling really bad about the game. The director came out, he had interviews, you could tell that he felt off about the shit. He was trying to handle all the smoke that he was getting. It's a lot of responsibility that you're putting on the table. You got millions of people, create something popular, there's millions of people who want an opinion. It's your job to figure out whose opinion is valuable for your game. Nick says the irony: prices go up as digital game purchases go up. The ultimate hustle. That is the most asinine thing to me. Who is the tariff? So we got to raise the price of digital games. Huh? I mean, of course, there's other levels than that, but you raising the price of digital games, period, is asinine to me. I don't think they should have left $60. If we're just talking about value. But I 100% agree with Palm's point. This talks to what we talked about over the last couple of weeks. If the industry wants to make things more expensive, do not complain when your consumer says that you need to be giving me a thing then. Don't be mad when your game isn't successful. Mm-hmm. Don't come to me complaining about Game Pass and more games ever than being ever in that service than ever before, while you're buying games that you don't like. You played 10 hours or something and you found out that you didn't like it. Again, I know it's crazy to me, but it's just it's wild what the industry is trying to expect out of the consumer, while not being forthright either. Something's not adding up for me. And that's where that gray line will continue to always be. And that's why I say, to draw back to what we mentioned earlier, I don't know what the way forward is. Because I don't mind being more picky about the games that I play. I can go back to looking at games the way that I did before. If your game does not have multiplayer connected to it, I'm not playing it. If you really want to do this, if you want to play this game with me. And I can do that. I have plenty of a backlog to jump into. And I saw my brother mention it. He want me to say cornbread. We always say cornbread in a really funny way. I forget where we ended up getting that from, but it goes a little something like this. You gonna eat your cornbread? Oh my God! I had to do a little quiet. I had to do a little quiet there, but yeah, I can make it more dramatic. JB1521 says, "Facts, Steel. Give me a complete game. That's all I'm asking for, bro." Not 6 months later, not Starfield. Again, nothing against Starfield. I enjoy what I got out of it. But don't tell me something's not possible, then it's possible 3 months later. It's even possible in the Series S. Oh, a modder can get in there and drop a mod for 60, but you can't until 6 months later. What are we doing?
No, that's just gonna stop. The higher the prices go, that's again, then the more that the consumer has the right to criticize and complain about everything. And again, I don't want to hear, I get it. I just don't care. I don't care if it's toxic. I don't care what it is. If you're going to charge consumers that type of dollar for one single game, even if you think it's the greatest value in the world, then I don't care if they talk shit about your game prior to launch. I don't care. I don't care if it comes out and it's not perfect and people are up in arms about the smallest little thing. Even if it's something that doesn't bother me, I don't care. Then that's all you do is ramp that whole thing up completely. If you're going to make ugly characters in the game and people are going to call you out for making ugly ass characters in the game, I don't fucking care. They have every right to criticize you. The higher the price, the more that ramps up. So please, by all means, continue, people. Yeah.
So, I mean, that's all that I had to add on there. Yeah. Other than that, I don't have nothing else additional to jump into. Shout out to Christopher Hart, man. Yeah, I haven't seen you this way. I know you pop up in the other great places, but he says Days Gone Remastered now has a native 4K plus unlocked 60 FPS mode with VR with PlayStation 5 Pro. The balance mode just dropped. That's what's up, man. That's fire. Hopefully you can get back in there and enjoy it, have a good time with it. I know you like to play the console wars side of things more so, but if you're just in here to drop some knowledge, drop some news, I like it, man. That's what's up. Shout out to Days Gone. Again, another game that I think they should
have I personally like Days Gone. I'll pick it up on PC.
I mean, I haven't played the first one, but I've heard good things as far as a zombie game goes, and as far as everything that I've seen, I think it should have probably got a second.
I just reposted a video the other day, a dude getting trapped. He was searching out a mine, and the horde came while he was in the mine, and he was in the mine trying to fight off the horde. He's like, don't get caught in a mine with the horde. It's nuts. It is crazy because he held him off in the beginning because he had some Molotovs, and he held the front. But they got through because there's just so many. It is a wild, wild time. Again, underrated game. I thought it should have sold better than it did. I'll eventually pick it up on PC again and play through it because I actually did like what I was playing there. Yep.
I did have because Yobi.
What did you hear about VR?
You chopped it up a little bit, huh?
Oh, I thought you were going to bring up VRR for the Switch.
Oh, for the VRR for the Switch? I don't, bruh.
But again,
no
this
VRR
goes
on
back to
Switch 2.
Nintendo. Well, there is
By the way,
in handheld mode, but not in dock mode.
Yeah.
Make it make sense. Make it make sense. So you get VRR for the Switch 2, and they had to come out and apologize for anybody who doesn't know what we're talking about. This is real quick.
No, yes, talk to it.
They when they presented it, they made it seem as if VRR was also included while you had it docked, which makes sense.
I mean,
You're gonna have docked to your TV. Yeah. I think in 2025, can we say the vast majority of new TVs now have VRR or some form? Like, I think that's pretty much a standard thing now, right? So that's what that's how they presented it. Well, they come out this week and clarify, oh, no. You only get VRR in handheld mode, not in docked mode. What the how does Nintendo get away with this shit? How does their base continue to eat this shit up? And I know what the answer is going to be. Well, the vast majority of us only play in handheld mode. We could care less about dock mode. I didn't buy the Switch to play it on my TV. I bought my Switch to play it on the go. Cool. All right, great. But for a company that is selling you tech to not put any effort into their fucking tech is like minimal effort into their tech. Like just give me the basics, bro. Give me the basics.
I think this is exact. You know, you talk about the pendulum all the time. I think this is the exact opposite of that pendulum. What Nintendo's doing is what we could move into.
Yeah.
And there's no universe where I feel like that's okay either.
No.
I mean, that's why I wasn't gonna bring it up, because it's one of those things that, like, I feel like I've been overly negative about Switch 2. Yeah. The other thing too is that there's additional information getting put out there. Again, the hardware is not as it's not where we thought it was going to be. It's not where I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be a little bit better than a Steam Deck, right? Give people give a little bit of a run for the money. You know what I mean? It made sense to me. Them using NVIDIA, like. I mean, it's going to be a decent device, but, like, I don't know if decent is even the word that I want to use. Like,
it's fine for Nintendo games. It's fine for Nintendo games still.
But they're crossing. But people are developing for it. All the people that said it was hard to develop for the Series S are going to be developing for the Switch 2.
Of course they are.
Seemingly, it's going to work.
It's the same shit we said, Steel. They were all bullshitting from the beginning. Again, that's all it was. They just didn't want to put the time and effort into the Series S. Again, you can blame it on Xbox. You can say it's because they don't have the numbers. That's fine. Again, it's a business decision. But to say things can't be done and then the Switch 2 comes along and shit's going to get done, come on, man. Again, this is why I don't trust developers. This is why I call out bullshit all the time. This is why I don't believe them when they say this stuff. This is why we've been on top of the 60 frame shit all this generation. Whenever they come out and say you can't do 60 frames, we're all like, bullshit. And sure enough, 3 months later, there's a patch. A month later, there's a patch. A year later, there's a patch. And all of a sudden, there's 60 frames. It's just, these devs are human beings, and why people treat them as if they are miracle workers, like they like to say, games are miracles. You guys are just lucky that they even come out. Oh, God. Why you think that devs are some different level of human being? I have no idea why people treat them that way. They're all fucking liars. They're all in business. They're all the same as everybody else is.
Am I a high? Because I saw some people mentioning something.
Yeah.
I guess I'll speak more to Chris Hart's. Yeah. He says, if I got to Switch 2, my TV could utilize VRR settings. Am I tripping? Doesn't the hardware have to have the option for you to use it?
Right. That's why Xbox Series X has VRR on it. So you have that.
That's not how VRR works.
If your TV can take advantage of it, you have to have the hardware that's able. That's why. That's why it's in there.
I mean, maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I'm overthinking. Maybe,
Yeah. Sorry, doesn't matter.
Devs are sneaking VRR and everything now because they know they're trying to tell everybody to buy a TV with VRR. Not everybody with 4K has VRR.
No.
But your hardware still has to be capable. Yeah. The device that you're trying to use VRR on has to be capable of doing VRR.
Right. Well, I mean, that's why it wasn't even an issue. That's why Nintendo issued an apology. They wouldn't have issued an apology if that was like the answer, right? And
I
Series
just
X
want to make sure. I just wanted to
PlayStation
make
5
sure
wouldn't
that I
offer
wasn't.
it. Yeah, PlayStation 5 wouldn't offer it. Like nobody would offer it. Like that would be like okay. Anyways, it doesn't. It doesn't matter. Go defend Nintendo till you're blue in the face. I really don't care. Respect the hustle. I respect the hustle. They're gonna make $1 trillion off the Switch 2. It's gonna be fantastic. All you Nintendo lovers, again, you're gonna enjoy it. I was almost on board. They almost had me this time after decades. They almost had me. So, but they pulled the rug out. I'm cool. I'm good. We're all good. So, I just thought it was funny. So, anyways,
yeah, I think it is funny. That's why I was just like, whatever. That's why I see it. I was like, I'm just not surprised anymore. And again, what was it, Sin that said it? Sorry, Sin, because I wanted to show you love. He said, sorry to say this, but it would be powerful enough for Nintendo first party needs, just like they have been doing for several gens now. If that's
exactly.
You don't have to say sorry. I see what you're saying, and sure, if that's what you want to lead with, but they have also proven that that's not the only thing that they're going for. So people are going to have to do additional dev work to get their version of the game working on that device for an audience who typically does not play those games on that device. So, anyway, there was something about Rockstar, Grand Theft Auto 6 that went out this week that Yobi kind of wanted us to touch on a little bit. It was Take-Two filed some wild patents in the past few years. This is coming from 6E, GTA 6E. I don't know how deep they are rooted into the Grand Theft Auto stuff, but they seem to have a good additional bit of information and stuff that does seem to be true as well. Yobi, probably some additional context if you would like, so we can see how reputable this person may be. But again, GTA news, I think it's just I think it'd be dope just to have. So let's talk a little bit about what's maybe possible in GTA. But again, this is coming from 6E, GTA 6E. Apparently they have info behind the scenes. Take everything with a grain of salt. But apparently these are all real file patents. I didn't do the evidence to look to find out whether they were 100% factual or whatever. I never said we're the most factual based podcast in existence. We like to have conversation. We like to try to base things in facts for information that we have. But nonetheless, I'm not a news reporter or a journalist, just a gamer. Let's see here. So first thing that they get into is this. It says, the patent for realistic fluids, sweat, rain, and blood. This system simulates fluids like sweat running down your back, blood soaking into clothing, or rain splashing and dripping. Okay, I can see how that can apply. Supercharged pathfinding. This system breaks the world into a giant graph for movement nodes, guiding NPCs and cards through complex maps for better precision. AI can now navigate alleys, sidewalks, chaotic scenes more naturally, react to your character. Again, these are things that are believable that I can see GTA invested into and establishing in their games. I mean, again, seamless multiplayer transitions filed by Rockstar San Diego. This enables the player to move across the map without server switches or loading. This system merges and splits sessions dynamically, meaning one big GTA Online world. This could open for some seriously massive multiplayer lobbies. High potential. I can see them leaning into that for sure. Terrain plus light that reacts to you. A rendering upgrade to handle footprints and sand, snow with real-time ambient lighting and dynamic surface response. I could 100% see that being possible. This did some of that with Red Dead Redemption. There are also other patents out there, but they're going to leave that for now. What feature would you be most excited for? Like and retweet, and that's all they pretty much have left with. Again, there's a high range of possibility. What's going to be possible with the next Grand Theft Auto. Again, this is the direction I would expect for Grand Theft Auto to go down, for Rockstar to go down. Again, there's also more information getting put out there that this is going to be a game that costs over $1 billion to make. We'll see if that ends up being the truth. But with a lot of these things and underlying system they have in place, it's not like they're not going to make the money from it. This could be the next big step as far as next gen innovation. They trudged that line, bro. So I'm excited to see what's going to come up from it. Yobi says that multiplayer tech sounds insane. 100% does. I mean, that's the next, that is the next evolution, making things more seamless, making things feel more together. I mean, again, there's people right now who do role play for Grand Theft Auto 5, and it's a daily thing for them. You know, just like how we used to get back in the day, jump in those COD lobbies, Gears lobbies, whatever lobbies, jump into an MMO, whatever the case may be. They can see GTA Online pushing that same boundary. So, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else
we found out
that pulled out?
We found out that Strauss doesn't play video games. Shocking. He actually admitted that he doesn't play.
Oh, wow.
So,
I didn't see that.
Yeah. He said he makes lots of suggestions, but he doesn't play. No, as far as GTA, I've said it from the beginning, Rockstar, zero doubt, whatever my hype level is for GTA 6, it really doesn't matter because, again, I'm not the biggest fan, but whatever the hype is, Rockstar is going to push boundaries. And again, that's what they keep talking about. You also, I don't know if you mentioned this, Steel. Sorry, I got the dog situation. They also confirmed, did you hear Strauss confirm that this is over $1 billion? Yeah,
budget. I was making note of that. Okay. I was saying it's still estimated to be that.
Yeah, no, Strauss confirmed it is over $1 billion. So that is something like whatever they're going to do, Rockstar is going to push the limits. And they've, Strauss was talking about that this game is the most complex game ever made. And from all the patents, why I brought that up is because all the patents you were reading off, like I believe that that's all real. Now, how all of that gets together in the game, how you cook that all together and make it into a game, well, that's at the end of the day what we get to experience, and I guess we'll all be judges for whether or not Rockstar has done it again. But because of their history with all their other games, I absolutely believe that GTA 6 is going to be mind-blowing in a lot of ways when it comes to what they're doing on screen, and what they're trying to, as far as creating what feels like a living, breathing world. Steel, I think that Rockstar is at the forefront of most developers of trying to make that a reality. And I think GTA 6 is going to be, once again, setting the example for a lot of future games. And so I from those, just again, whether I'm over the top hyped, which I'm not, for GTA 6 in general, I want to see that for myself. I do want to experience it. That's why I play every GTA game. At the end of the day, because I want to see what Rockstar's doing. So love to hear that they're doing this stuff. I can't believe that this is an over $1 billion video game. Steel, it's just,
that's insane to me too,
bro. Again, they're gonna make their money over and over and over and over and over again by the time it's all said and done. Unless they really screw this up, this is gonna be, again, they're gonna make that money back and have profits day one. So for them, it's not that big a risk doing this, but I just still can't believe to even say that number out loud, that a video game is going to cost over $1 billion to make, is just outrageous. But this is the unicorn. So I'm just crossing my fingers. Still, it's PC day one, next May. And Strauss also did confirm that he is very, very confident in May, and that, that anytime they've set a specific date, they've really hit those marks. So he thinks that this game is coming in May, that there won't be another delay, even though some people were running with Jason Schreier saying, oh, there could be another day. Of course there could be another delay. Mm-hmm. Of course there could. But Strauss sounded very, very confident in that May 26th mark. So we're going to find out.
Yeah, no, we're definitely going to find out. I mean, will it be delayed? I don't know. I wouldn't be able to answer that truthfully, or in a way that would be beneficial to anybody. So there's that.
Nah, I don't think we need to right now. We'll just let it play out. We're way far away, and we got a whole 25, a half of 25 to go, which is going to be absolutely incredible gaming. And then even the beginning of next year is going to start out fucking insane as well, leading up to Grand Theft Auto. So,
yeah, see what happens between here and now. A lot of fucking good games on the horizon. But, ladies and gentlemen, what do we do? I think, let me see here. I think I'll go ahead and start winding things down with some good old This Day in Gaming. Ooh, here we are. been a while since we've done this one, and so with the conversation we had today, why not? I think it's a good time to jump back in here as we wind things down. I am getting hungry as hell, so I got to consider that. But neither here or there. So in this day in gaming, unless Pong wants to address anything else real quick before we start getting start winding it down.
Nah, I'm good, sir. No, we could definitely wind down, sir. It's not a problem.
All right, so we are starting this day in gaming in 1987. And in case you are not familiar, this day in gaming is a section that we used to do traditionally all the time. I'm gonna start trying to roll it back in, but the whole point of this day is gaming is because gaming is art and should be treated as such. This is our chance to go back 30 plus years in gaming history and kind of see where we were to where we are today. Maybe remind ourselves about some games that we missed, or just kind of try down memory lane. So, and we are starting in 1987 with the Sega Master System with Kung Fu Kid.
Let's go.
Shout out to the Sega Master System. Then in 91, Sharp X68000 released Flanks. Okay.
Flanks. Okay.
Flanks, yeah. Then in 96, on the Saturn, you had KO Flying Squadron 2.
Cool.
Shout out to KO. Then in 2002, on PC, you had Duke Nukem Manhattan Project.
Shout out to Duke Nukem. Yep.
Then in 2005, on PlayStation 2, you had Finny the Fish and the Seven Waters. Okay.
Awesome.
Then in 2005, on PlayStation 2, you had Outlaw Volleyball Remixed.
Let's go. We need to bring back this corny ass shit. We need to bring back these games. Let's bring back Outlaw Volleyball. Let's go.
Outlaw Volleyball. Hey.
Bro, I love volleyball too. We need more volleyball games and dodgeball games.
Yep, I agree.
Yep.
Then 2007, PlayStation 2,
fantastic.
Art of Fighting Anthology.
Coming up next.
Then in 2007, PlayStation 2 released Odin Sphere.
It's so freaking amazing, bro.
Is it?
It's such a good game. Hand-drawn animations.
Okay.
Yep, hand-drawn animations, just absolutely gorgeous, man. This is from Atlas Square. Square
okay.
published it from Atlas, but yeah, this is their it's such a beautiful game, bro. Such a
shout out to Odin Sphere.
Yep.
Then in 2007, PlayStation 2 released Shining Wind. Okay.
Shining Wind. Yeah.
Then in 2010, the Wii released Bit Trip Runner.
I remember that.
Then in 2010, the PSP released Prince of Persia: The Forgotten Sands.
That's Prince of Persia, man. Never been a fan, but a lot of fans out there. Cool games, especially the original ones.
Then in 2011, PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 released L.A. Noire.
Love that game. I sure hope they're working on number 2. There's rumors that they're working on number 2. I rebought it. I rebought it for PC. I got to play it again. L.A. Noire is such a cool ass fucking game.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Yep.
Then in 2011, The Witcher 2, the Macintosh and PC released The Witcher 2: Assassins of Kings.
Mm-hmm.
Then in 2012, you had The Journey Down Chapter 1 on Macintosh. Then in 2016, PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 got Call of Duty Modern Warfare Trilogy.
Mm-hmm.
Then in 2016, PC, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One got Homefront: The Revolution.
Underrated game. Got slandered hardcore. That game, you could still go back. It's Unreal 4, I want to say, still. It still holds up graphics-wise.
Okay.
That game is gorgeous. That is gorgeous. And it gets old. It gets really repetitive after a while.
That's what I remember hearing about it.
Yeah, the gameplay loop does get repetitive, but really a good game. Really a good game that just got slandered too hard. So
nice. Okay, bet. Then in 2017, you had on Android, Macintosh, and PC, you had Old Man's Journey.
Oh, my bad. CryEngine. Sorry, that's why it's still holds up too. CryEngine.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Homefront is on Game Pass. Shout out to Yobi.
Yep.
Then in 2018, Android released Asphalt 9 Legends.
Shout out to Asphalt. I played a little bit of Asphalt back in the day. 6, I think.
Then in 2018, Mac and PC released Far Lone Sales.
Mm-hmm. Cool game.
Then in 2018, Linux, Mac, Nintendo, Switch, PC, and PlayStation 4 released Fox and Forest.
Okay.
Then in 2018, Mac and PC released House Flipper.
Shout out to Caitlin,
There you go.
who's in direct contact with devs on that game because she promoted it so much. Shout out to House Flipper.
Then in 2018, PC released The Friends of Ringo Ishikawa.
How's that? There's so many random weird games on PC.
It's an action beat 'em up, apparently.
Dope.
Then in 2022, PC released V Rising.
Oh, God, I got to get back to it, Steel. The new updates, everything looks so
It's
good.
a whole lived-in experience, bro. Like,
it looks so good. I mean, I played it. I got it. I own it. Yeah, I bought it, but I only played a little bit of it. But damn, if that game isn't good, man. Gosh, I got so many games I need to go play.
Yeah. Then in 2024, PC released Geno Panic. And then in 2024 as well, Android released Paper Trail. And that's it for your This Day in Gaming segment, ladies and gentlemen.
It's kind of boring one this week, man.
Yeah, it wasn't that great. I was hoping it would be a little bit juicier than that, but it didn't.
Normally we get juicy ones, especially after we've been gone for a while. We normally get luck out and we have juicy ones, but there's a couple good ones in there.
I'm trying to bring that back on a week-to-week basis. I just love looking back on those games. That list was kind of weak this week, but hey, it is what it is. Well, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you enjoyed the beginning of the show. I introduced you guys with some Oblivion gameplay kind of in the background as we were still getting some things set up. And then we swapped over into the full-on show. So hopefully you guys were able to enjoy a little bit of that along with our just engaging conversation topics. Not as hot as it was last week. I was listening back. Last week was hot. We came in real hot. But
really?
This week, yeah. It was just, hey, it is what it is. It's part of the conversation, man. You know, I just, as a listener, I like to, it is important for people to kind of know what you're talking about. And again, unless people are familiar, that I do definitely feel like that was probably more of a segment for people who are tuned in with us on a week-to-week basis. They would definitely enjoy that. But just as a listener, somebody from the outside, they'd have no clue what we were talking about for at least, I mean, you could piece it together. It's not like we were talking about nothing. We mentioned it and everything else. It's just, you can notice it. It's like, damn, we talked about that for a minute. Kind of had no context to what we were talking about, but I like it. I don't mind it. So, greatly appreciate everybody for coming through. We were live, raw, and uncut as we are every Saturday morning. Y'all were in here just ready to go, which is always appreciated. We had a league of people come through today, which is always dope. Seeing those names pop up in there. Again, man, I'm just forever grateful to be able to do this thing for you guys. The number one thing that I am trying to consider doing more so, although I'm still going to be picky about it, is going to be things like reviews as an example. If I'm going to be playing these games, I do want to be able to review these games. I'm not going to hold myself to like, oh, it needs to be done the day of. I think that's dumb. I get for the people that do that, for the reviewers that do that. But anybody that tunes into my stuff, I'd want you to know that it is a review done out of care more so, right? Mm-hmm. You know, I get people that actually like nothing but love and praise to people like ACG, people who literally review damn near every game that comes out. I just couldn't do that more. I'd rather spend that time doing other things. Because again, I do think one of the prime things that makes gaming enjoyable is playing the things that you have interest in, right? At least for me. And I know there's deeper conversations and deeper avenues to get into it from there. I like talking about the industry on a whole, but I don't need to talk about every single game that ever comes out and whichever else. So I'll never go to that level, but neither here or there. Just stuff that I'm thinking about in the background, working on. I am planning and intending on doing a stream of me playing Skyrim, mainly so other people can be exposed to it. But also so that people can kind of see me go through the experience. I don't know. Still debating on what I want to do with that. Other games are coming around the corner. I'm going to be playing Stellar Blade when that drops as well. So, I don't know. We'll see. It depends on how I'm feeling. I've been kind of in this free flow state as far as that goes. I do want to complete things for sure. But, again, man, I want to chop it up with you guys too. So, there is that. But if you want to find me, Steel Rain, the T is a 7 everywhere. Wherever you can find me, definitely check that out. X, otherwise known as Twitter, is the main place. And again, I'll be trying to post some stuff on YouTube. But other than that, find me here every Saturday morning, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, and 3 p.m. UK time with Living Split Screen. Pong, where can the beautiful people find you, man? And another fucking fantastic episode, yo.
Yes, sir. What a great Saturday. I forgot, Fantasy Life, The Girl Who Steals Time comes out next week, too. That's the level 5 game. Famitsu gave it near perfect scores across the board, which doesn't happen often for Famitsu. That's it's going to be interesting, man, to see how people, because again, that's another, farm sim, life sim, whatever you want to call a game, right? So, and they're all the rage, but I just saw that it was coming out next week too. I was like, oh, that's right. And I saw Famitsu gave it near perfect scores. Oh, crazy. We got so many games in 2025 is wild. Anyways, everybody, thank you for being here on a beautiful Saturday morning. Again, we had lots of familiar faces. We had some new people pop in here. It was dope. Love seeing that. Obviously, joining in the conversations that we had today. Again, Steele and I were hot out the gate, as we are wont to do, especially over these past few weeks. We have just been on fire right away. So thank you all for being here. 4+ hours again of content for y'all, and we just love you. Again, whether there's one of you or there's 50 of you, we love you all the same for being here and enjoying us. And being as passionate about this industry as we are, because you give us your most precious commodity that you have, which is your time. And again, as somebody who is getting older, it just keeps getting faster. It goes by faster and faster. You lose more of it. So appreciate every single one of you. All love and respect for all the support you give us and all the other shows throughout the week that you guys jump into. So thank you for being here. Steel, brother, all that you got going on, man. You make the show go. Without you, there is no show as well. Just nothing but love for you, brother, for everything that you do, man. And it's just great to see your smiling face on a Saturday and knowing that you're doing okay, that you guys got moved in, you guys are getting settled in, things are going pretty decent. Talking about streaming games again. Maybe. My brother from another is on fire right now. I love it. I love it, man. So good to see you, brother, and great to catch up with you and talk about this stuff as well, man. So you guys know how to find me, Ponxo everywhere. Follow me. I'll follow you back. Listen. Still, everything's on hiatus. So this is the one time you get to catch me during the week, man. I used to do like 6-7 shows a week. Now I got one right now. So we're cool with that. Yeah, Living Split Screen right here on every Saturday. But I will shout out, of course, Mr. Boomstick, the man, Double Barrel Gaming the channel, 5 days a week over there. But Tuesdays, it's Xbox Factor and all good things green. So show up for that crew. Always a good time, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Other than that, everybody, it is the golden age of gaming. And again, as much as we talk about the some of the problems and some of the things going on in this industry, I have not stopped saying that, and I won't stop saying it, because as a gamer right now, this is second to none. As much as we get some of the nonsense drops or the broken games drops or the games that don't deliver like they're supposed to, I got 10, 50, 100 other ones that are going to deliver, that are coming out. And that's not the way it was back in the day. If one didn't land, you had to wait like 6 months to get another chance. Now it's like, next day I got 5 more popping up that might hit for me. It is the golden age of gaming. So whatever you're doing this weekend, please have a great rest of your weekend. Have a great start to your next week. Get out there, play what you love what you play, and I'll talk to y'all real soon. Steel, get us out of here, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'm hungry, so I'm going to go eat something. I greatly appreciate you guys for coming through. The Game Adaptation Newscast said, and it's not even June. Exactly. Right. It's only getting more juicy as we continue to progress, and I'm fighting with deciding what I want to play. That is my biggest issue. I have more issue sitting down and saying, hey, what do I want to play? Than ever before.
Facts. Yeah.
Much love, y'all. Y'all be safe out there. Peace.
One question.